Hello. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. We're so back. I have been testing a small Minecraft server, like I was mentioning in chat, with the hosting service for like 3 days now. And I don't want to jinx anything, but so far I've had very few complaints about lag. There's been one or two, which is probably because of like, downtime, server maintenance or whatever. But aside from that, the actual service itself seems to be running fairly well, which is really cool. I've also gone through and we now have tests, if you can believe it. So you can see here, vanilla with the boys is still up and running, allegedly. And we can verify that by popping into a terminal and checking if it is, which it says it is. It's been up for 5 hours. I didn't stop it 5 hours ago, so that just kind of handled itself when it went down for maintenance, which is pretty cool. And yeah, if I come over to, I need to like find my, I guess, Curse Forge, and we can take a look at the actual server itself. But in theory, this should just be working. So my plan for today is we have like the server running with a couple people that have built some things. So I want to get the backups working, because when I push some of the changes for the testing, because the tests required me to refactor some stuff. Hey Syed, how are you doing? Good to see you in the chat. But when I pushed the test for the refactoring, I had to like do a database migration. The database migration then caused an update on the game. The update on the game caused it to switch where the volume was mounted, which caused me to think that I've just deleted the server, but it turns out that it was just like the functionality had changed based on the tests. Now, the other thing that I did while I was refactoring all that was I switched over to the Docker API gem instead of doing all of the calls manually, which we talked about doing, I don't know, like last week at some point. And the nice thing about that is it went from like 8 files doing all the status parsing down to like 4 lines of code, which felt so good to take all of that logic out and just have something that actually just works. So we'll take a look at that too. But I want to get this at least. What was I doing for like 24 hours? So if I just sit here and my computer is like asleep, the VS Code, or sorry, the VS Code Discord extension just says that I'm working on it for like 20 plus hours at a time. Like my computer was just hibernating when you sent that picture saying that I was working for like 20 something hours. I'm not actually that big of a workaholic. But you can see here, server's still up and running. If I join it, hopefully we'll see that the, I guess the villager stuff is still working. Let me make sure that I have this. Yeah, no, it was, let me do this instead. Let me switch over to this set of desktop notifications. There we go. Okay, so presumably we have like 20 villagers over here now, which it looks like we do. So that means this happens over the span of like 20 something minutes. I think each one is bred. So that's like how I've been measuring if the server's running and if the chunks are loading or not. I just have a very manual Minecraft test, but you can see here like people have been playing and building stuff. So that's pretty cool. So that's like up and running now, which is nice. What's the roadmap for this project? So right now the roadmap is just kind of whatever I feel is the most necessary at a certain point in time. I started with the tests because I wanted to get this stable enough so that when I start doing some of the bigger refactors, I can have something to rely on. Once this is done, fully tested, I can then go ahead and start messing around with some of the more questionable logic. Because a lot of the containers that you'll find online, is this code on GitHub? It was at one point, but then I ended up putting it into a private repo because of some of the stuff I was doing. I didn't have a license to share. That's a different one. So that's like this was the original starting point. And now I'm getting into doing some stuff that I probably can't share once I start doing the, yeah, there's a template I want to use at one point and I'm not going to have a license for it, unfortunately. So I had to move it over. But what stuff you put in there. Well, I'm going to be at some point using the Jumpstart license, and I don't want to just put Chris's code up on a public repo for obvious reasons. So I figured I'd move it over now rather than later, so I don't forget later. But this is going to be coming soonish for like the next step in this. But once we get this tested, I can then go over to the mod list, which right now is just a drop down to deploy like a mod. Let me make sure I do this over here. You can do this bin/dev. Yeah, so in terms of learning stuff from this, that I'll extract out the logic that we need to. So I don't worry about that. I have to do the Postgres stuff again. But yeah, so we get like the Docker packages online, but they don't come with like a pre-built image. And if you don't want to use a pre-built image, then we're going to have to like specifically construct a payload, which requires moving the file somewhere, extracting them, building it, doing all the image generation and stuff like that. And at that point, I need to make sure the logic is sound, so I'm not just moving files around on the server and just leaving stuff everywhere, which is where I want to change this. So that's why I want to get the tests working for that. Why are you speedrunning this project to have some EXP to land a Rails job? No. I'm just doing this because I think it's fun. Yeah, it's just fun. It was just nice over the weekend. Like my friend made a joke about someone playing a game with them, and I was like, well, you both play Minecraft. So I started a server in like, 10 seconds. I was like, oh, that actually is really nice to just be able to do that. Is it this, I think? Okay, did that work? Does it stop now? Okay, cool. But like spending 5 hours each day seems insane. Yeah, well, that's how you get stuff done. You gotta get in a flow state, and getting into the flow state takes like an hour, unless you're like in a meeting. Then you can just kind of flow on the side while you're muted. How would you work on your side project if you have a full-time job? In the past, what I did was I would just do it after work. But it's really, there's sort of a different mentality I have when I'm working, and I'm much less prone to getting distracted and not getting work done. Like I'm very mission focused if I have another obligation that takes up like 8 to 10 hours a day. For how long? It was like a year and a half or so that I was working on some stuff. Now, the risk there is like the burnout that comes with that, because if you're sitting there working on stuff after work for, 3 to 5 hours a day, and you're doing work for like 8 hours, you're looking at like 12 to 13 hour days where you're doing that, and you're not doing anything but programming. So then it became like, oh, I better, squeeze some time in to socialize, which caused everything to take away from the sleep, because of course that's where you end up sacrificing, right? Sudo service Postgres start. Like that. There we go. And then the other one I have to start is Redis, which is also not starting by default. Can I just Redis, what is it? Service Redis start. Redis dash server, or is it dash CLI? Okay, I think that's it. And /dev. I'm working on a side project with Rails, and my day job is React plus PHP. The context switching is insane. Yeah, so for me, it was Vue plus C#, and then the context switching was over to Rails. And yes, it is. You like sit down and you just start writing C# code, and you don't understand for like a solid 10 minutes why none of your syntax is being highlighted properly. And then eventually you're like, oh, I see. Also, I got rid of the invisible login form. So there's actual text on the login forms now, if you can believe it. I don't think I seeded this database properly. There we go. Okay, so we have this. We can come over here. We have a server here that's running locally. And then we kind of got to figure out how to do, I guess, the backup stuff. But right now, this is all running with the Docker CLI gem, which if I come into the gem file, you can see right here. Or sorry, the Docker API gem. This one is a little bit weird. I don't know how I feel about the Docker API gem. Why is the page redirect takes like a few seconds? Yeah, so in a normal situation, it doesn't, but the terminal here, whatever it's doing, or it's Brave, I haven't figured out which one. One of the two just gets stuck, and then it takes like a second for it to work. On the deployed website, that doesn't happen. So I don't know what's going on in the local one that's causing that. I can only assume that maybe I'm doing like too much on my local machine, and it's just not happy with it. But yeah, that is a little weird. But yeah, so we have this. The only concern I have with it is if we come over to the Docker API gem. This one hasn't been updated in like 3 years or 2 years, I guess. So that has me a little bit suspicious about if it would work or not. Right now, it seems to be working. I don't know if that'll be true moving forward. And then at some point, I guess I would just have to, I don't know, maintain it if that comes to pass. How much do you watch YouTube? Like, do creators spend as much time on YouTube like us? It really depends. Like, there's some days where I watch a lot, and there's some days where I don't watch like any. It really depends. Right. Lately, I've been on like a Veritasium kick, so I watch like a video of Veritasium a day, I guess, and then not much else, just because I've been working on this in my free time. But if we come over here, I also have a script set up, and I think I've covered this before, but I haven't covered it this well. The silence is killing me. I have to listen to something in the background, and that's annoying. Yeah, for me, I just listen to like lo-fi music when I'm working. But I've covered the simple cov gem before. I don't think I've covered Mocha before. I should probably cover it. But the simple cov gem, if we come over to test, and the test helper is configured if I have an environment variable set to set up simple coverage, and then it also adds the services in the Sidekick directory to the coverage report. Because by default, of course, it doesn't track the services in the Sidekick directories because those don't exist, right? So I just add a group for each of those when it starts, and that's what causes it to pick those up. And then it says, oh, hey, there's other code here that needs lines covered, right? I never thought I would watch videos in my free time. I guess no one saw YouTube taking up the space social media had. Yeah. I very rarely do any sort of social media now because it's always on like a video platform. But yeah, so I do this up here, and then I set up the parallelize setup and tear down right here for the results. And what that allows me to do is whenever I run a Rails test, this stuff doesn't happen. But if I pass in the environment variable, it does happen, which can be a pain because then you have to like set up the environment variable every time you run the coverage command. But what I did instead was I just have in my test directory a coverage script, which just sets coverage to true, and then it runs bin/Rails test. So all I really have to do is just do ./test/coverage, and it'll run the coverage report for me. And because I have ZSH, all I really have to do is just do ./t and then press the up arrow key, and that lets me run this. So it makes it like 3 or 4 keystrokes to run the coverage script. And then it just runs through everything for me. And then it'll generate it. It'll tell me like how much of my code is a hot mess and how much of it is, I guess, like a room temperature mess that won't become messier because of heat exchange just from like the spaghetti code I write. I don't know. Metaphor fell apart there. But yeah, I got a lot of the important stuff tested. The only thing that really needs to still be tested here is, I think one of the Sidekick jobs, the image manager. This needs to be handled because like the unzip and the download payload, this is that logic for stuff that we're not currently doing, but this is where we would like move and extract the zip file that has all of the stuff in it. So this is something I need to look at. This logic wasn't working because I think I was attaching the zip file incorrectly. So that's one thing to take a look at, is like why the active storage zip file stuff doesn't work. And then down here, I think this logic is now deprecated because we don't need to do this anymore thanks to us using the Docker API gem. So this file is technically fully tested at this point for features that matter. It just doesn't look like it, which is why I always say like 100% code coverage is kind of cringe. And that's why I got roasted in that one video, because the guy thought that I was like making fun of code coverage, but like it's not an absolute standard where you should hit 100% all the time, because it just doesn't make sense. Like I could go through and test this, but if I'm just going to remove the code like tomorrow. I just wasted all day writing tests for code that's going to be removed, and then the tests need to be removed. Why use Sidekick and not Rescue? Sidekick was the first thing that popped into my brain, and I'm going to go use that. I needed a job runner. The base camp one, Solid Queue, didn't have recurring tasks, and I knew that Sidekick had them, and I knew how to set it up. So that let me set up the status checker, which is also where we're doing the Docker API call. So we're just grabbing all the games and we're just checking the containers to see if they're up, which isn't the most efficient way to do this. But for right now, I think it's fine. It just allows me to go through and say, all right, what's currently on the menu that we can like link up. We have 100% code coverage at work, and the amount of loopholes I leave to justify their 100% CC with Husky is insane. Yeah, there was a conversation we had about that at work at one point, and I was not a fan of the high bar. I think we settled on like 80 or 90% as like the minimum threshold, and then it just became, at the lead's discretion, aim higher if it's reasonable. But the people that sit there and push really hard for the code coverage, I'm always like, you realize that you're also not covering everything, right? Like, hey, Diego, hope you're doing well. DHH has a great video on code coverage. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things people, I think they conflate code coverage with the code is behaving as expected. And I don't think those two statements are synonymous with each other. You can have like 100% code coverage, but your code can be deploying a probe to Mars, and your application should be sending someone an email. Congratulations, you have a fully tested application, but it doesn't do what your customer wants it to. What does my YouTube recommendation homepage look like? It depends on which account I'm on. Also depends on if YouTube is working. Okay. Maybe. So a bunch of Minecraft stuff recently, because I've been trying to get that mod pack working. A bunch of RuneScape stuff, of course. The occasional YouTube stuff, and then Veritasium, I guess, and like Fireship. But if I switch over to like a different one, it's a lot more programmer and YouTube focused. And apparently politics, which I don't know why. But it really depends on like the channel I'm on. Or I guess the channel, the account, I don't know, whatever you call it. But you watch politics? Oh God, no. I not touching that one with the 10-foot pole. That's like never. I mean, you see one, you see them all. Like it. I'm just not I prefer to keep myself informed, but not through entertainment-based political news coverage, which is what most of it turns out to be. I would rather just, go read about something and when I do have to reconcile whatever I'm reading with what probably actually happened but isn't as catchy. It's a lot like the what was it? The room temperature superconductor, that LK thing, LK99 that happened like a year ago. Where like you got to read through 100 terrible articles before you find the one that goes, yeah, it's probably just not great coverage of what actually happened. And then you're like, okay, so the whole thing's just a waste of time. But it takes you like 100 articles to get to that point. It's even worse with politics, it feels like, where they very much bury the lead. So I'm just like, whatever. Unfortunately, it's also just a minefield to touch. So I'd prefer to stay away from it. Just get the info on Wikipedia. Yeah, that's honestly what it feels like sometimes. But then you also have to deal with the Wikipedia contributors. is also prone to bias, unfortunately. So you basically just go to Wikipedia and you click down all the references until you find something that actually makes sense. Oh, I can close this one and this one. So there's spoilers for later's video. Later today. But yeah, so my plan is to hopefully get the application backing up the folders, I think. I think that's what I'd like to do today, which requires us to, I've only used, I guess, Wikipedia in terms of that. Again, like I just, to put it bluntly, my country is currently in a state of just either way repeating the prior 4 years. So it's not like I need to see a synopsis of what's going to happen. I can just remember either 4 or 8 years ago and I'll figure it out. So I'm not pressed over looking into it right now. Yeah, the United States. Okay, so if I come in here, we have at the root of our server, we have the payloads directory, and this is where I'm currently, I believe, storing the vanilla with the boys Minecraft server. So this one, I need to back up somehow because I think this is where it's running out of now. And before, in the previous volume, it was at, what is it, /var/lib/docker. If you ever need like a Docker tutorial, by the way, feel free to let me know because I am unfortunately very familiar with it right now. But yeah, so it was in here previously, and then I changed sort of how I want this to work. So now instead of doing it that way, where we have all the volumes in the volumes directory, because I thought this would probably be, if someone does like SSHN, this is a little bit unintuitive to find because like this is kind of buried, right? So I thought it would make more sense if at like the root of the server, I just stored the volumes. It's not going to be called payloads, obviously, but I'm going to make it so that it's a little bit more obvious for like the regular user what or where like the files are stored at. So if they pop in, they can just see that. Now, I could like make a tutorial for it and just put like a thing on the page, I guess, where it's like, hey, looking for this file, it's located here. But that just feels a little bit lazier than just putting them in like a meaningful location. Why don't you use Macs? I like gaming too much to use Macs. Also, I like being able to relate to the normal person. I'm not a big Mac enjoyer to begin with. You'll find I'm a little bit biased against the Mac ecosystem. If I have to use it for work, I'll use it for work. But I don't know. Ever since I was a kid and I tried using, or I tried playing Minecraft with one of my friends who was on like a Mac device, and at the time he couldn't play Minecraft. I don't know if you can now, but at the time you couldn't. I was like, all right, so it's just like a worse computer. Of course, kid me had like a different outlook on life and a different set of priorities, right? Average DHH supporter. No, like again, I did this before 3 weeks ago when he decided to switch off of Mac. I've been doing this for 4 years, getting roasted for using WSL, and I've been telling people it's totally fine. You're just being cringe about it. Yeah, I use an Android phone though. DHH Apple thing is cringe. Yeah, I mean, I'm not touching it. I'm just happy there's someone out there who is now spreading the good word of being able to develop and, you know, interact with people who use Excel spreadsheets. Yeah, so we'll take a look at this and then we'll see. I have to do this. Let's have some drama. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not the drama guy, unfortunately. Ever watch that Prime's tweet to Paul G? No. No. I don't think I follow most of the big tech people on like Twitter. And I actively avoid the For You page on Twitter. I follow like the people that I follow, which is like Chilled and Friends for like entertainment purposes. I guess Connor as well. And then I follow like Rails specific people because a lot of the tech stuff is just, yeah, basically this is tech discourse if you go to the For You page. Oh my God. I much prefer my bubble there. So good. as long as you're happy. Okay, so if I come into the jobs, not the jobs, sidekick here. I have to figure out where we put the backup option. Hey Austin, good to see you back. So I think we can just put it like on the games page, probably makes the most sense. Although I do also need to refactor the games page, so that might be the first thing I do. Let me make sure that I merged all this. Get status. Check out main. Can pull from main. And then /test/coverage. Where were you all weekend? Yeah, so I didn't have power on Thursday night, and then I lost internet on Friday, so I couldn't stream on Friday. Or Thursday? I don't remember. One of the days I couldn't stream on, and then the other day I was working on some stuff for the collab with Jose on Wednesday. So that'll be fun. Yeah. Big stream on Wednesday. If you haven't seen yet. I'm very excited. There'll be a chance for everyone to actually ask some questions. If I come over here. We are pairing up on the Hotwire combo box gem. So if you want to like ask questions about open source development, or if you just want to follow Jose, I'll leave a link to his Twitter in chats. That'll be a fun one to watch. And then afterwards, I'll have it recorded and edited to a video, hopefully, so that there's stuff that we can, I guess, all access, as opposed to just the live streams. But yeah, if you're interested in that one, I would recommend Wednesday. I think it's GMT -4, or it's Eastern, or 5 Eastern, if you know my local time zone. How did you land, Jose? I think someone just tagged me in it, but I also covered like the Hotwire combo box gem, so we were already like following each other. And then he mentioned wanting to like do a video, and then a couple people tagged me in it. And I was like, sure, why not? That sounds like fun. I'm just excited because I like pair programming. But again, we'll see. I'm sure I'm going to get distracted. Does he have YouTube? No, he doesn't have a channel yet. I'm actively trying to corrupt him. I don't know how that's going to go, though. That was the first thing I said was, if you want help creating a YouTube channel, I'd be happy to help. I'm over here like, yes, more people, more content. But that's how you grow the ecosystem, right? Is you have to constantly be getting people to talk about it. You never pair program with us. Okay, let's come into here, actually. This one. So like I said, this was the one that does the payload stuff. I think we want like a similar type job for the payloads. And then for the backups, we probably need something similar, which we can just use, I guess, one of the service managers probably for it, which will be pretty easy. Yesterday, I was working on some Action mailbox with Postmark, but it kept asking for ingress password. I couldn't find that password on Postmark for the life of me. Do you have any ideas? I have no idea. But that's a good question. Authenticates using HTTP basic access authentication. The username is always... Okay, this could be it on the Edge guides. It says the username is always Action mailbox, and the password is read from the application's encrypted credentials or an environment variable. So you might have to like go into your environment variables. Let me move this over here. Yeah, Rails credentials edit action underscore mailbox colon and then your ingress password. So this might be where it was looking for it. So you might have to like set up your credentials like this specifically and then see if like you can set this to password or something and then maybe that'll work. Also, we're getting new Rails guides. I don't know if people saw that tweet, but we're getting new Rails guides and a search function is on the wish list. So we might get our search function after all, which is huge news. Absolutely excited about that. Because good God, that would be such a game changer over the drop downs. Let me see. Yeah, so this is what I guess the new guides are going to look like. I don't think they're live yet, but they're working on it. Have you looked into Rails progressive web apps? Not yet, but I was doing a video, and the video will go live later today on dev containers, and I saw that the PWA stuff was in the repo, and I was like, oh, right, that was something I wanted to look at. Yeah, this is apparently what they're planning for the redesign, which I guess does look a little bit better than the current state of things, because this is, yeah, the current state is very, very red with the dropdown. Yep, I've read that. What's the ingress password, lol, or how to set it up on Postmark so it authenticates? Well, it sounds like from that, like the authentication happens. Let me do this. Let me make sure. Actually, I can just do this. I can cd over to code YouTube Rails, right? And then cd into deploy, cd into fly.io, and we can do a Rails credentials, or sorry, we can do a code dot first. It's a great visual upgrade on the Rails guides. Yeah, that's compared to the current edge guides for Rails. Let me come over here to something. I don't know. Migrations. Just having a scroll bar here is already a huge improvement. The fact that you can scroll through the chapters. Pretty excited about that. Also excited that this isn't going to be the same red and that it's going to something that's a little bit less aggressive is pretty cool. And a little bit more usable because it seems like clicking off of this isn't working either. But that's why I suggested doing something like the Next.js search bar, because it would allow you to do the search by hitting like Control K without it being, I guess, intrusive for the people that prefer to have those weird drop downs for navigation. For me personally, I do everything in my power to avoid going to, to avoid going to like drop downs like this to navigate, because this to me just feels inefficient. Like if I want to come in here and I want to look for, I don't know, like routing, I click on the guides and then I go Control F routing and I try and find routing. And I go, okay, here's routing right here. Because like it's such a, I don't know, wall of text. It's really weird. So having something like with Next.js where you can just go, all right, I want to find like routers or something, and then just pop over to the router page seems, I mean, it seems pretty obvious, right? But it sounds like they're working on it. So yeah, I'm assuming for the postmark password, you'd have to do like a editor equals, I guess you can probably just do nano or something, or you could do code dot, right? Dash wait, Rails credentials edit. And then we can run this. And then from what I can see in here, it wants to accept for the ingress right here in the production environment. So you'd have to do this setup for the ingress postmark. And then in here, in your credentials file, you would then have to do something like this and set this to like password 123. And then maybe this would pull password 123 from here. So it adds the password to your application's encrypted credentials. And then in postmark inbound emails, you have to set the username to action mailbox and the password to this, which means you'd have to do something like, I don't know, like this. One sec. Rails dot application credentials dig action mailbox comma ingress password. I'm doing this from memory and with the help of GitHub Copilot, but it's going to be something like this would be set to your password here in your inbound webhook, I guess. Or you would set it on the Postmark app website, probably makes more sense. Somewhere. But that's about all I know because I've never used Postmark before. So I'm kind of just reading the guide and trying to figure out how it would work. What's your thoughts about TypeScript turbo thing? Do you think it was a good decision? I mean, I don't really care. Like, I think it was weird that it was done without informing people that their pull request would be stale by the time they went to do it. That was a little bit strange. Felt like it was a little bit forced, but aside from that, I don't really care. At the end of the day, they're all tools. You like TS or JavaScript? I mean, it depends. TypeScript can be good, but it can be cumbersome, and JavaScript can be, I guess, prone to breaking, but also it's faster to iterate with. And I've worked with applications that use both, and I don't really see, like, I don't really care. If at gunpoint you have to choose one, it would literally just be a coin toss for me. Like you could, it's Schrodinger's JavaScript. I don't care either way. They're both JavaScript. Like I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, one of these is definitely better than the other. Cause I mean, to be quite frank, they're still both JavaScript. Show me the TS, or if you can prove to me the TS or JS has like a math.clamp library in it, then I'll choose that one. But until one of them has like a built-in clamp at the bare minimum, they're both just JavaScript to me. What if the gunman doesn't have a coin? Then what? Then I just throw one in my head and I go JavaScript. And that's about it. Like I don't care. You could point a gun at me 10 different times and you'll get like 10 different answers. Because they're just, I don't know. It really doesn't matter. I think it will always depend on the type of application you're trying to build and the type of people you're working with. In some environments, I think one just isn't good for certain people, and like that's fine. But you won't get a second chance to have a gun to your head. Well, like yeah, but that's the thing. Like I don't care. If the gunman turns around and he points it back at my head, there's a 50-50 chance he'll get the same answer or a different answer. Like I just don't care. They're both like it's still JavaScript. I don't care. You have I don't know, like you have Rails or you have Ruby code, and then you have Ruby code with types. And I'm never going to be that person that's like one of these is objectively better than the other in every single case. That feels very reductionist to me. I'd rather just be the guy that says some code bases use types and some don't, and I don't care. JS for personal project, but for work, I'd rather use TypeScript. Yeah, I mean, if you like the types, then more power to you. I've just also worked with people who completely abuse the types. And when I work with those people, I would probably rather work with JavaScript. When I work with people that respect it, I can see the appeal of TypeScript, but in the same vein, I understand the grievance that is, I know what code I have to write, but I don't know how to write the type. And then they spend an hour trying to figure out what the exact type they need for the code that they already knew how to write is. Which, like, it helps you have more robust code, sure, but it can also lead to a bunch of overhead that people aren't a fan of. So again, it really depends. And no amount of types in the world are going to stop that one guy from going any. And we all know that guy. Whether it's you or it's someone else, we all know that guy. Which Ruby type system is good? I don't think I've really used one before. I guess like Sorbet, right? That's a static type checker. Block the PR then. That's the beauty of it. Sometimes It's not your monkey and it's not your circus, but it does become your problem because it's some other team that let the PR in. And then you go over there and you just find a bunch of very fragile TypeScript that you have to deal with, which is basically just JavaScript at that point. It's JavaScript, but you have to type more to make the JavaScript work, or at the very least to make the JavaScript do what you think it does. Long live to jQuery. Oh, jeez. Yeah, unfortunately, like, I don't know. At a certain point, when you progress through the software dev ladder, you get to that point where you realize that like the tools just, they don't matter. They're great in certain circumstances, they're terrible in others, and having like that tabs versus spaces debate, but with a different context is just not productive. What do you think about Deanin AI? Oh boy. I think two things. One, it's impressive in the capacity that it was shown. And two, if it was as good as people are afraid it is, they wouldn't be showing it off to sell you on the tool. They would be using the tool to make a ton of money by using it. So I'm always a little bit skeptical when the tool is showcased like that, as if you're selling me the tool, but you're telling me the tool could solve all of my problems, because then surely the tool could solve all of your problems and you wouldn't have to sell the tool. You could just go make a ton of money using the tool. And again, like it solved what, 13, 16% of issues or something. Like in its current state, that's going to be limited to my log statement needs to have a pipe in it instead of a hyphen. And then it goes through and finds that. Like even the example they used, I think it was like in a math problem. Like that's okay, but it's not like, oh, when I deploy this file, the Docker status comes back with headers instead of no headers. And the issue is just the status doesn't work and I don't know why. Like I don't know how Devin's going to go through and check why the status isn't working and realize that it's because the Docker status, when I do Docker container ls, comes back with headers, and that's what's causing it to break because our test wasn't actually testing for that. That still feels like the type of thing where you're going to need a person to figure out what the issue is. Especially if you've tried to use like ChatGPT to write code before, you can definitely run into, that circular logic where it tries to find, the 4 steps around the circle. And it'll just go around and around and around with itself. I think Devin will probably do the same thing. But that's just me speculating because I've only seen, the same tweet everyone else has. But I would always caution against the hyper sensationalist stuff that we see, because usually it ends up being a lot more boring than that. And worst case scenario, it replaces all the code you write, and then you just use it to make projects instead of making code, which just means you can make more stuff faster, I guess. Because at the end of the day, you're an engineer. You're not a code writer person, right? Like you're more a mathematician than you are a calculator, literally doing arithmetic on paper. Ideally, are short methods a culture thing in Rails community? Like 37 signals JavaScript methods are mostly one-liner. There's a group of people in most environments, I would say, that are big advocates of like 10 lines or fewer methods. With Rails, it definitely feels like it's, if there's 2 lines, it's doing too much, but that can also lead to its own type of complexity. I have noticed that a lot of their JavaScript ends up being like 1 or 2 lines of code. That's probably more so just a culture thing for them. But we all have been in that case before where we needed 5 lines of code in a method for the method to work. And no amount of, I'm going to put it in an abstracted method that gets called in. Like if I need an if and an else statement, I can get rid of the else, but I still have an implied else. Like, that is unfortunately cross-industry, cross-environment. There's people that advocate for stuff like that. It can be good. It can also lead to some questionable, what I call like, I mean, you've all heard the term, so I shouldn't even say what I call it, but like the analysis paralysis, where you're sitting there like, oh, how do we refactor this to get this to our comfort zone of how long we want the method to be? How do we do this? And then someone goes, what if we like wrap the execute command in some kind of like object that can also take in a logger so that we can put this in here, like this. And then we can just like pass in the logging statement and it'll have like the implied wrapper around it. So we only need the one line there. And by the time you're done, you've spent like 3 weeks engineering this solution, where the other company has just shipped a new feature. And yeah, your feature will be a little bit more robust than theirs, I guess. But in the same vein, like the customers don't care and they'll outpace you there. So you do have to, there is a balance you have to find there, where unfortunately it's not always the best engineered solution that wins. Although I guess that also depends on like what your definition of best is. This right here, I could make the argument is the best solution because it's one line. But also, like, if I look at it beyond just how long it is, I can tell you it's not the best solution. It's very fragile. What are you working on? So this is, I have the code coverage over here for the Docker container game hosting application. I was just kind of looking through this and talked a bit about like the simple coverage gem that I'm using to generate that, and the fact that I have if I control D, I have a script that will do the coverage generation for me. So this is pretty much automated at this point, which means now I can move over to backing up the volumes for Docker to make sure that stuff still continues to exist. Bro, I have to go. It's late. It's really late. Well, then go to bed. I'll be in Discord. You don't need to be here. It's okay. Although I do appreciate it. Make sure you get your sleep. Got to take care of yourself. Hey, Morrow. I hope you're doing well. Unfortunately, this is something that'll still be here. It'll continue to exist. But yeah, so this is currently hosted over here. I deploy the Rails app with Kamal, if anyone isn't familiar. The app itself runs Docker containers on the server. So there is a Rails app that has access to the Docker socket, which people are going to have some questionable security concerns about. But it allows a Rails app to be deployed using Kamal in like one command. And then the Rails app itself can manage a bunch of containers for games, which allows you in theory to set up something with like a server host like Contabo for pretty cheap, like $12.50 a month, as opposed to, and again, I always pick these guys, but you know, there's other options. Like with Apex Hosting, we have 6 gigs of RAM for like $17 a month for the first month, and then $22.50 for the next month. With Contabo, 6 gigs of RAM would be $5.50 a month. So, you know, there's what, a fourth the price because you're going bare metal. But this does have like an initial setup fee. But the nice thing is this also isn't restricted to just like Contabo. So maybe you want to use DigitalOcean instead to host your game or something. Then you can do that too, because you just need like a Linux server. The other nice thing is it gives you a control panel. Well, it will give you a control panel, but it also gives you the ability to just SSH into your server and manage it from there, which is something that a lot of the server hosts don't have. So you might have like FTP file access or something, but you don't have like bare metal access to your machine, which lets you open ports and do whatever you want to. So it's definitely in my wheelhouse of setting up applications somewhere, but it is a very over-engineered solution at this point. It is very nice though, I will say. When you go to deploy this on a server, I spun this one up in maybe 20 seconds. Linode 5 greens per month. Yeah, exactly. So like over here, what I did on Saturday when my friend wanted to play Minecraft, or I made the joke about playing Minecraft, I went to the website, I clicked new game, I gave it a name, and then I chose a template for vanilla Minecraft, and then I clicked submit. And that created this, and this has been running for like 3 days now. So when you have like a friend group like that and you're constantly setting up multiplayer servers, I don't know if you guys have friends like this, but it feels like every week there's a new game they want to play or they want to go back to a previous game. You're often like locked in by the vendor to one specific game. Here, because it's your server, you could just switch which container you're running. And then if you need to like stop it for maintenance or you need to update the container or whatever, you just click stop and this will just stop real quick. I don't know if there's anyone online. I probably just kicked someone off the server. You just click stop, it goes through it, it shuts down the container. You can see the status switches to stopped. We're doing that with the Docker API gem. I can do a Docker container ls. And you can see here the, whatever this is called, the vanilla with the boys container is now gone. All we have is the Rails server. We have the Sidekick, Trafic, Redis, and Postgres instances running. And then if I want to start it again, I can just click start server and this will start up. So there it switches to running, which causes this to pop up. It's the itsg Minecraft image. And you can see here, it's been up for 2 seconds. Health is starting. Now, in the future, I got to like scale this up a bit and make other things work. But ideally you would have something like a, what is it? -F for this one, which would let you have like your log files on the website somehow. The other thing we were doing, unfortunately he couldn't make it today because he's busy being a potato, is we got a Discord bot working with us. So there's an API that you could in theory connect to and authenticate with, which in this case what I'm doing is using the has secure token. So you generate a token for yourself. That token is in your account edit page. So if I like come over here, you can set a API token right here. And you can have this refresh if you need to. Again, not the cleanest UI. It's just a proof of concept right now. But we use this token to authenticate as a user to say you do have an account here. It is an admin user, etc. And that lets you submit API requests, which lets the Discord bot start and stop the server if we want to. It also lets it interact with the Archon port to like change the time of day or do anything else with Minecraft specifically. There's some additional logic I'll have to do there for like if we're running a different game, you know, maybe the game doesn't have an admin functionality that you can remotely access. But in the case of Minecraft, it does. And it's nice to have that bot that can do that. But regardless of the game, the bot itself can list off the currently running containers on the server, maybe create a new one, give you the IP address and all that other stuff once we set it up properly. So, and again, all of this is done with Rails. So if you ever think to yourself, you know, what can Rails do? Apparently it can do this, which is a bunch of use cases I never would have even thought of using Rails for. So I think it's pretty cool thing to play with. And the nice part about this also is it's causing me to learn a bunch of stuff about Docker that I had no idea how to do, which means there's a good chance there's going to be a like Docker focused tutorial coming up soon, maybe a bunch, about how to do a lot of this stuff. And just like an all encompassing, I don't know, crash course in Docker and Docker Compose and all this other stuff. Because I had some experience before, like I've even used it in industry before, but it was more so a nobody here knows how to use Docker, Dean, go learn it, and not a you know, here's how it's properly already used at a company. It was me leading the initiative to containerize some applications. But it's still cool stuff, and I'm really excited about it. So what I want to do now is get this backed up because, again, I showed this off earlier, but I can show it off again. There's a couple people playing on the server right now. The server's also live. You know, don't grief it, please. But the server is currently live, and I would like to back it up so that when I deploy future changes, I can keep that server up and running for my friends as like a test bed of like what a potential customer would expect, which is namely not deleting it like I thought I did yesterday. So it's sort of like an ongoing experiment to measure how good like the bare metal machines are at running this stuff, because I really don't know. And also like making sure I have something where there's some sort of investment and stakes so I can make sure that this thing continues to work. But if I open this, you can see, again, there's a, yeah, that's Glenn's house. That's the farm. That's my house. It's a little bit laggy right now, And that's over here is what I can only describe as Noah's hole, which is, yeah, we're just not going to talk about that. But this has been up and running. And if I hit enter here and move this over to the side real quick, you can hopefully see when I come over to the console and I do something like this, I can say slash, or I can even just do time set day, I think. And that sets it in the server. So this right here is also hooked up to by the Discord bot. So if you do like exclamation mark Archon space time set day, it'll pass it through effectively this, which will set it to day in the server. Which will be, you know, hopefully something that is useful for people. At least it's useful for my friend group, I think. So hopefully it'll be useful for other people as well. And then like the end goal here is, okay, the group's done playing Minecraft for the week or for today. So you go into Discord and you say, you know, stop server or stop game 33, right? And then you go, I want to play a new game. I don't know. I want to play Forge instead or Fabric Compose 1.20 point something. And I'll say this is the Fabric server. And then you hit submit and it starts a Fabric server, for example. And then you can click build from payload, I think. And then if I come over here, the Fabric server will now start up, which is named after this. And the vanilla server is down now. So now you're on like a different game. In theory, it would be like Valheim or Project Zomboid or Pal World or whatever else you want to play. But right now, it's a bunch of Minecrafts. And the reason for that is the, what is it? Let me just pick one, like Terraria T-Shock. The other images I could find online aren't actually images. They're just a Docker file plus a build script. So in that case, I have to find a way to not deploy a template like I'm currently doing. Let me just refresh this. So currently the way that I have this set up is over in lib, I have assets, Docker templates, and I have all of those files as templates right now. But in this case, this isn't really a Docker compose template, right? Like this is what a composed file looks like. This isn't a composed file. This is just a regular Docker file, which means you have to actually build this image yourself instead of just saying, grab the image from the repository, it's g/minecraft-server. So then you have to build this, make sure you're building it with the bootstrap sh in the same directory. That'll give you an image, and then you can create your own compose file based on this to support this build configuration. Which means in my templates, I would then need a new file called like, you know, tshock-compose- whatever version. I'll just say .yaml for now. And then this compose file has to be able to run the image that gets built from this. So this is, there's a lot here that still needs to happen, but we've had this work before when we attached a payload. So I know this is possible. It's just now I have to do it in a better way than we did it previously, which is going to require some very creative problem solving. Dean, please, man, I need to learn Docker with Rails. Don't forget about our poor souls. Don't worry, I got you. I'll make sure everyone here knows how to do Docker as well as I do or as unwell as I do. But my main concern with the solution is I'm using the Docker API for the statuses. Like I was saying earlier, and this is like 3 years outdated right now, or 2 years since the last update, but that update was to the README. So this is something where like I'm actively monitoring this to see, does everything still work okay? It looks like it does, which means it's probably a stable wrapper, which is fine. That's totally cool with me. But that is something where like in the future, this could potentially become a pain point. I'm a little bit apprehensive. But it's really nice because if you like open up a, I'll do this. I'll say Kamal app exec. If you're not familiar with Kamal, you can run anything anything inside of your Rails directory. So in this case, I can run bin/railsc to open up a Rails console inside of our Kamal app. So this is the production Rails console, right? So I can come in here, hopefully. And then in here, I can run the game status checker, I think. I can run this. So if I do game equals game.last, that should get us the Fabric game that we just made, right? Now what I can do is I can grab a container, and I can grab that container by doing this command because it's all tied together. I can just do game.getNormalizedName, which will get fabric in lower cases, I think. And that will then grab a container from here. And now if I check this container, you'll see there's a bunch of stuff in here. And this is where this is really useful because this was something before where I had to do like a Docker container status and I had to parse that status for the headers, et cetera, et cetera. Now I can just come in here and grab this. So let's say I have something like this, right? Container. I can then do, what was it? Let me scroll up real quick. I can do state or like, I guess, .info. Info gets us this. I can then do, all right, we have the info. I need the state. Like that. That gets us the state. And now I can check the status. So I come up here and I do status. And we can see the container is currently running. This is really nice because it grabs all of this info for me and it neatly formats it, etc. But if this ever stops working, I'm going to have a really bad day because then I got to figure out a way to either make this work or make this feature myself, which I really don't want to do. So that's something where yeah, I'm going to have to look into that a bit to make sure that I can figure it out. But right now, that's not a current me problem. That's a future me problem, right? So we'll take a look at that in a bit. Because what I want to do right now is actually figure out where this backup button is going to go. So I'm going to do a Control-Shift-T, I think, and then CD into the same directory. So let me just do this. I really wish I knew how to like open a new tab into the current directory. That'd be nice. Okay, so I guess this is the second one over here, and I'm going to do a bin/dev in this one so that we can at least run our local server. And if I refresh this right now, it should tell me this is a Fabric server. It's running on a different version. So you can see that switching is pretty easy there, right? So if I come back over to our application here and we have like the Fabric server, I don't want to play Fabric anymore. You know, now the Discord's back over to wanting to play vanilla with the boys because someone doesn't like playing modded Minecraft or something, right? So you wait for the status on this one to be exited and then we can switch this one on. And then this one will start up the vanilla server. And it's that easy, which is, it's crazy to me that something this complicated for me to do manually, where I'd probably have to look up a Docker compose command every time, is now something that I can just run with like 2 buttons. And you can see how that's really powerful. But now think about it like this. I have a server here hosted with Contabo for 16 gigs of RAM. I can just run a couple different games. And that's where I got to figure out how to, well, I know how to do it, but I have to set it up to have a form input where I can switch which port each game runs on. In the case of like 2 Minecraft games, then I can have this one running on like the default port of 25565, and then the Fabric one can run on 25566. And because the Docker file for those lets you allocate a set amount of memory, I can then allocate like 8 gigs each, right? And that'll give us the ability to have like, you know, 2 servers for the same game up and running that need the same port, but you just configure different ports. And then you and your friends can play on whatever servers you want to. On the terminal settings, there's a checkbox to open the same session in a new tab, probably right-clicking the terminal. Ooh. Settings. When the terminal starts, open windows from a previous session. Is this one? Oh, right here. New instance behavior. Attached to the most recently used window. I mean, we might as well try some of these, right? Honestly, this is also very tempting. But let me do this real quick. Let's see. Okay, so that puts us here. So that's not it. Let's come down here. Starting directory. The directory the profile starts in when it's loaded. I mean, I should really switch this one to code, right? That would probably make a lot more sense than where it currently is. So maybe I do that. Can I just do this? That alone would be a huge change. Oops, it did not like that. Could not access starting directory code. Settings, hold on. I'm cooking. This one, edit. I browse. Okay, whatever. We'll leave it like this. I'll check it out after stream. It would just be really nice to be able to like pop into the same directory instead of always having to do pwd and then CDing over there. But yeah, so that's my vision right now is building a different game, running it, having 2 of the same games, and having the games be backed up. And hopefully I can accomplish one of those goals today. So for these, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say we want a backup server button, right? Or create backup or something. This is going to be a on server backup. And then in the future, I can also do a like backup to like my service type of thing where like you have an external service you can back up to where you pay for like server storage fees or something. But for right now, I just want to do this so that like in the event that I mess something up, I can then grab that backup and restore that backup somehow. So for that, I have to figure out what a backup's actually going to look like. But if I'm thinking about this, which I can do over on here, I have an idea that's been forming for like a couple hours now. Create new diagram, backups, and then we'll just click create. And I think what I want to do is have something like this, where right now we have like the game. And instead of doing the game, I want to do something like have a, maybe the game has a backup model. And then we say, I don't know which one of these is UML. Hold on. Okay, is there like a, can I search for an association? There's got to be one, right? Somewhere. I guess not. All right, we'll just pretend. We'll just pretend this is a thing. From here to here. Can I add a label? Maybe text. I mean, it has font. That really doesn't help me. Okay, so we'll just pretend the game has many backups, right? Let's do this. I really can't be bothered to figure out how to do this in here, so we'll just say it has many. Something like that. The backup can then have a set location. Copy this whole thing, a set location. So we have like the like disk location. This one's not going to change, right? This is just like our payloads directory. It now has a backups directory, like /backups, for example. So we have /backups, right? This will then, the backup will have /backups plus like the normalized name, I guess, or something, some kind of name here. Can I grab this and do this? Oh, I can. Let's go. Okay, so we'll do some kind of concatenation here where we grab like the backup name, where this is maybe like the game has a normalized name. So we'll do something like this. I don't know if this is the best solution, but it has a normalized name. And then we can do this game normalized name plus the backup name. Gives us like a normalized backup name with date or something. Or I guess we don't even need the date, right? We just need the normalized backup. Well, I guess maybe we do need the date. So this would give us a normalized game backup directory name or something, right? So we have this. And then when we need to grab this, we can just say, grab the game's backup from whichever one, and we can just click restore on it, I think. Like that. That was not what I wanted to do. Can I do this instead? There we go. And we can grab the arrow, and we can connect the arrow, hopefully. So this will give us something, for example, like, what do we have? We would have like /backups / fabric is the name of our game, right? Fabric _ 03182024 something, right? With a time, I don't know, 6:25. Something like that would be our example name. And then when we want to like restore, all we have to do is we have to say, grab this thing right here. When we want to restore our file, we just have to do like game.backups.each do backup, something like this. Hopefully. Not the best way to do this, but you get the idea. We list each backup, and then we just have like a drop down. You select this backup, for example, and then when you select this, it fires off some kind of like restore job. Something like this, right? Is what I'm picturing right now. I don't know how useful that'll be, but that's just my idea. My computer every day doing too much on it. Yeah. That's unfortunately what it always feels like. So this is what I'm thinking. So then we need a backup model that has a set location and a variable location based on its parent name, I think. So for this, I don't really need this open, but I guess I can leave it open. Let me zoom out again. There we go. I can zoom in over here. This is a great user experience here. There we go. Something like this is what I'm going for. I want to put that right here. So let's add the button first, and then we can deal with the rest of this. Server is currently running. So I'm going to go ahead and go over to _game, I think. And the other thing I want to do is the show game and the new game button. I think it's time for those to actually have some type of styling applied to them. So let me maybe do that because this has been driving me crazy too. So this is a part of the, not the game partial. This is in the game index, I guess. Right here, link to show game. Let's do some kind of class here. And maybe if I type enough keywords, it'll figure out what I'm trying to do. So let's try this and see what this does. Okay, that gives us some kind of button, I guess, but I don't want gray. I would rather have this be blue. So we need BG blue somewhere. So the hover is gray. I'm going to switch this to blue. And then we need the hover BG gray 800 right here. That gives us a blue. That's good. But then we need the what is it? The non-dark mode. The light mode. Non-dark mode. We need the or we need the light mode to also not be these colors. So that should be fine. Switch that. We want the BG gray somewhere. Okay, that's a border. Text gray. I don't know. Let's see. Let's refresh. This seems fine. Switch over to this. This is now white. So we need a BG dash here. Maybe it's this one. BG dash blue dash 700 or maybe 500. Okay, and then text dash white if we're in this color, I think. What if I hover over it? Hovering over it is too light. So we want this to be, let's maybe do the same we had before. This was 900, which means this will be 800 on hover. 800, save it like that. Over here and refresh. That's really dark, but if we switch it to the white, it should be fine. Text dash gray, text BG dash blue. I'm gonna switch this to 800. I'll switch the other one to 700. I'll leave the text to be white instead. Like that. And then the hover for the text color needs to also change. So text dash whatever, text dash text hover blue 700. This should be white. Like that. There we go. That's at least better, I guess. And then we'll do the same thing for the new game button. So we'll just grab this, copy it. We'll be a little bit lazy here. And then close this, save it, F11, Control R. And it's upset because link to New game path, game, and then class. What's upset here? Undefined local variable or method game. Oops, that's my bad. Gotta get rid of that. I think I copied too much over. We can refresh. That gives us another one here. And then maybe we want to do like a padding 5. Sorry, not that. We want to do a dot m-5, something like this. Wrap this in here. That'll give us a little bit of spacing there. It's not the prettiest, but it's at least something that I know those are buttons and I stop looking at them like they're text. So that's fine for now. Let's switch over here and make sure this is also okay. It seems fine. Now I need to add the backup thing to this somehow. Somewhere. Oh, these are also the same problem. Okay, so let's copy this. What is this? The game show page has these buttons. So for edit, we'll want these to be orange. For back, we can leave these as blue. For delete, we'll want them to be red, I guess. Oops, refresh. It gives us 3 blue buttons. And I think for this one, we probably want to do some kind of button group. Or at least something that causes it to look a little bit less like it's all just there. And let's get rid of that pipe because we don't need it. Like that. And then for the edit, I'm just going to make this some kind of orange. I don't know. Or yellow, maybe. Is that a thing I can do? It's not. Oh, wait, we're not on light mode. Okay. Good enough. Okay. We'll do yellow 700, and then on hover, we'll do yellow 800, I guess. Over here, and then on hover, wherever this is, BG-blue. Right here, this can be yellow, 700 can be 600. So that was 700 and 600, so we come over here. 800, be 700, and 600. That. Over here, refresh. Good, that gets us our edit button. The other one's fine. I do want the back button to be first, then the edit, then the destroy. So for this one, instead of blue, this is just going to be red. Red. We got red. Red and red. There we go. Okay. At least a little bit more clear what these things are doing. And then maybe we do some kind of M-10 or something here so that these are further down, I guess. Seems fine. Okay. Now in here, let's come into the game. This is local, so that's fine. What I want to do is maybe for the build one, I want to do some kind of alert. And I'm also going to do this with the Tailwind Fold Rails extension. If you come over to extensions, we have Tailwind Fold Rails right here. So there's regular Tailwind Fold, and then there's the one that I forked, which just adds basic support for Rails. Don't expect it to work too well. So far, it seems to work, but it just allows you to control all and collapse things because it was driving me a little bit baloney trying to do this. But now I can do some kind of like data confirm for this, right? Is this a thing I can do? So if I click build, doesn't look like that's doing what I thought it was going to do. Are you sure you want to build the Docker image for this? I don't know. Is this like a turbo thing that I have to worry about now? Wait, this is, yeah, build from payload. So if I click build from payload, yeah, it doesn't look like it's doing anything. That's fine. We'll worry about this later then. I'm not gonna get bogged down in this one. Let me do this and get rid of this. Please. Please just highlight the thing. There we go. Save this, come over here and refresh. That's fine. Now I want to do the backup button. So we're going to do that next to stop server, I guess. Something like that. Let's just copy the start button. Control L, Control C, Control Enter, Control V, like that. Now we should have 2 start buttons here. And then we can just change one of these to backup for now. And then instead of this, we can do backup game path. maybe. Okay, let's think. If we have a model, do we need a scaffold for this? Probably, because you're probably, although they are associated with the game, they don't. If I, like, let's say I delete my server in the future, I might want to come back to it. I've done that before. So if I get rid of like a specific server or a specific game, I don't think I should get rid of the backups for that. In which case you need some way to view these. Otherwise they're just going to exist in the ether. So I'm just going to do a scaffold for the backup. Give it a name. There's a name, it has a date, and then we said it has like a location, right? Location will be calculated, I think. Can either be calculated or it can be based on a backup name, maybe? You could do like a unique backup name. I don't think the location matters necessarily. So I think we can leave that as calculated. We just give the backup a name. So you can just type something to yourself that's like, blah, blah, blah. This is for X, Y, or Z. Then it's going to need a game, references. Because a game is going to have many of these. Right? Has many backups. And this is not dependent destroy. This is dependent leave it alone, Dean. Stop deleting everything that people love. So let's do this. I think this is fine. And then we didn't really have anything else here because it was just this calculated name, right? I guess there could be a, well, if we do /backups / whatever. So let me do this. Can I just control N? I can. Okay. So what we want to do is go to /backups / game.normalized game / date time or something is how we want to do this. Which we could do with /backup dot whatever. Backup underscore backup dot created at. Right? Because that one shouldn't change, ideally. Is how we want to do that. So this we can just set in the model itself. We don't have to store this. The name we can get from this should be name. The name we can get from the game itself, and then this we can get from just created at. So we don't need anything else. I think this is fine. I'll go ahead and do this. Okay, and then for this, we can just come over to the actual thing. So let's do that. I'm gonna come into backup. I'm also going to get pull real quick, and then get checkout -b backups. That way we don't have anything questionable here. For the games, doesn't need to have a backup, but what I would like to do is have the game test in the model. Say test should not delete the backup if the game is deleted. Because this is like my #1 priority, is making sure that I don't touch these backups unless I'm absolutely sure that I do want to. So in that case, I'm just going to do this. I don't know where the fixtures, why these came back. I swear I've deleted these before. We'll deal with that in a second. Did I pull my changes over? Looks like everything here is good, right? Let me come over to the test branch. Make sure this is 2 commits behind main, which should be from the merges, right? Yeah, okay. So then we can come in here to the factory for the game. And we can tell this that it needs to have a game, I think. Or have a backup, maybe. Let's do like backup. Will just be a create backup. And then in our factories, we can do backups.rb. Come in here and let's just grab one of these. Backup. And then this has a name, which we can just leave as some kind of fake title. And then it can not have this. It needs to have a game, I guess. Which in the Docker image, we did like this. We just said game. So I'll do the same here because I already know that works. So that's our backups. That's our game. And then in our game test, we can make sure this is a thing. And thankfully, GitHub Copilot is really good at this stuff. So it's usually pretty good at doing all of these tests. So it does a game. We don't need a create game here because we should have a setup, but it looks like we don't. So we'll just do this. That's fine. Let's run this. I have a pending migration, of course. Rails DB migrate. Close out of here. Run this one. System stack error. Game is create game. The rest of these still work, right? Hopefully. Or all of these broken. It looks like they're all throwing a stack error. Let me just make sure. Really? We just ran these, so the only thing I've done is generated a scaffold since we ran these. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in here that's broken. Okay. Git checkout main. Git pull. bin/dev. Let me make sure the status checker stuff is in here. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need that to exist. Let's come over here. Oh, if I sign... Oh, I guess the sign out button's not implemented. The rest of this should be good though, right? Okay, let me come over to our game partial, _game.rb. Or sorry, _game.html. And then let me come over here and just do this real quick. That, refresh. Okay, so this one's definitely good. I can check the services, right? If the services has the status checker, which it doesn't, then we're good, I think. Workers. I need to find the workers. Workers game status checker. This just has get status from Docker API. So this is definitely the latest version. So what exactly broke between like 5 minutes ago and now? I did a bunch of yapping and then suddenly my test coverage is borked. Test coverage like this. Let's just try and generate this and see what this comes back with. Because if I look at this, this was 60%. And this is just a ton of problems here. So let me come into the game test. This one shouldn't be running into any problems. Although I guess the problem here could be the, let me check. Maybe the factory's got some kind of weird loop in it. So over here we have the create Docker image. Oh, wait, I see. Okay. This is my fault, I believe. Yeah, so this is happening in 2 different locations, I think. We can do this, and we can come into the backups for now. Do this. And then let's come over to the game test. Run this. Okay, game must exist. Okay. So this should at least get rid of everything else breaking, right? No, everything else is still broken. Okay, so let's come back over to the test. Or sorry, the factory. I want to come into the game. Let's get rid of this. And just verify that everything else is still fine without that. This one should fail, but the rest of these should be okay. Because we literally just tested this before we switch branches. So I just want to make sure that I'm not losing my mind, at least not for this specific reason right here. And then for this one, we did it like this, right? So after create, do this. So let's do create a backup for the game unless game.backup. I think that should be fine. And then in the backups, we can leave the game right there. And then if I do this and I run this test, it's hopefully not going to give us a stack problem anymore. There we go. Okay. Undefined method backup for game. So now if I come into our game.rb, we have the backups, which means in our game test, when we do game.backup, we need to do the, I guess, the latest backup or the first backup or something. So let's do this. We'll say backup is equal to @game.backups.first. Or we could even check number of backups is equal to game. I'm going to get rid of the because we really don't need that. It's equal to the game.backups.count, game.destroy, and then we can just assert that the number of backups is equal to the expected number, I guess. Expected number in this case is just 1, but this is the number of backups. Let me change this actually to the expected number of backups and then the actual number of backups. There we go. Right? I think that's right. I'll never remember. Okay. Undefined method for that. Right. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting here. Okay. We need to grab the backup.where. I guess we could do this, right? But I don't like this, so instead I'm just going to do some kind of something like this. And we can do actual number of backups. Equals this. Right? Define method backup for this. Where? Okay, I need to run this in the terminal. I hate the UI here. It is the fact that it just pops something up in the middle of the thing always just drives me nuts. Okay, so undefined method backup for game. Here. Creates a game. Does this? Okay, wait, hold on. Rails C. Okay, game equals game dot last. Game dot build. Let's just do game dot backup. Backup dot new. Okay, backup dot game equals game. Backup dot name equals game dot normalized name, I guess. I don't know. Backup dot save. Game dot backups dot last. Okay. So where is this upset? This is upset in the factories game line 10. Right here. I really need to rename these to like games factories or something, or game factory. Docker image, game is game, unless game dot, don't need that. And then we can come over here and we can run this. Okay, did the same thing again. Run in terminal. Please. Okay. Update or delete on table games violates foreign key constraints on table backups. Key is still referenced from table backups. Okay, so let's come over here. Where is it? DB. Where's my DB folder? DB, migrate. This one. This can be false. And then we can come over here. Everyone look away. Rails DB : rollback. Or sorry, Rails C. The background music is good. The cat must be enjoying the jazzy mood. Good choice. I think the background music is just the Minecraft music. I didn't even realize this was still going. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, right. Backup dot destroy all. Okay. Game equals game dot last. Backups should have none. Okay. Rails DB : rollback. Rails DB : migrate. That. Close this. Run this test. Violates foreign key. Oh my god. What's going on here? Should be fine. That's what I'll do. I guess I can do prepare. Being accessed by different users. Where? That doesn't seem true. Rails DB drop. Who's accessing it? The local database is being used by someone. Who's using it? I'll fight them. Sudo service PostgreSQL stop. We'll see about that. Let's see them use it now. DB drop. Okay, there we go. Rails DB create. We'll do a migrate, and then we can do the DB test, or sorry, DB seed, right? Because we need to have the admin account. Okay, that's fine. And now let's do this test again and see if it's still upset about this. Okay. Where is it? App models backup belongs to game. Game has many backups. I guess, do I want to like... Okay, what if I do this? Instead of game, I want the backup to have this, right? Can I do like a optional true? And then we can come back over to our test and run this. And now there's no world where this is still upset. Update or delete on table games violates foreign key constraint on table backups. Does it? Does the game also need to... figured it out. Had to set the password in the credentials development environment. Oh. Gotcha. So that maybe that was it. Like specifically the dev environment was the problem. Let me come over here. Game.rb. Can I like optional this one too? Is that a thing I can do? Can I do this to get this thing to stop complaining? Oh, not the backups test. I need the games test. Run this. Stop being upset. Unknown attribute optional. Yeah, so it's not a thing. So I don't know why this is still upset with me. It should definitely just be well, like I've created this from the console too, right? Backup.new. Okay. Backup equals backup dot new. Backup dot name equals test. Backup dot save. That's fine. Game equals game dot new. Game dot name equals test. Game dot backups. Backup. Game dot templates. Doesn't matter. I can just do game dot save. I guess I can't. Game dot template equals. I want to say it's like vanilla dash compose dot YAML is one of the options, and then game dot save. There we go. Okay. Game dot destroy. Yeah, this thing is really upset. Key 1 is still referenced from table backups. Okay, so yeah, this is... So you almost need to like... One is still... It's from table, I don't know, child or something. Let's see if we can figure this out. I'll move this over here so you guys can see this. On delete cascade. I mean, I really don't... Okay. You know what time it is. It's time to ask everyone's favorite questionable reliability person. Here we go. Okay, I have a game model that has many backups. And a backup belongs to a game. How can I delete the game without deleting backups while avoiding a foreign key constraint? I feel like I'm just missing something here that should be like incredibly obvious, which I probably am. I just need to not enforce cascading delete. It's be done by ensuring the foreign key is set on delete null. Okay. Am I doing that? Probably not. F11. There we go. Okay. Let's come over here. Let's come down here to this one, I guess. Move the foreign key constraint if you want to manage relationships at the application level. Alter the foreign key on... Add foreign key backups games. So you could do like an on delete nullify. This... Yeah, I don't have a dependent destroy option. But thank you, ChatGPT. Thank you for assuming my code base. I always appreciate it when you do that because it's always productive when you go. Let me just assume. I've been at war with ChatGPT the last couple days. I'm such a salty person when it comes to this tool right now. I was trying to get it to write a unit test. At first, just because I was writing something else, and I was like, oh, I can give this to ChatGPT. It'll write it in like 2 minutes, and I can come back and just copy it in. It should be super easy to do. It just needed to like test that the headers that were coming back from the Docker API were the correct ones. And instead of testing anything, it was just... It came back and it tested if the container had running or stopped. I was like, okay, but there's more statuses than just running or stop that could come back. And it just went... Yeah, but not if I get rid of the other statuses. And it just started pruning features from the application until it was simple enough to where its test would pass. And I was trying to explain to it, like, you can't just get rid of features to make your test pass. That's not how tests work. And oh man, I spent like 4 hours arguing with this AI, going back and forth because I really just wanted to like reach it somehow. I know it's gone as soon as I click on a new chat. I was like, there's no way it's doing this right now. And eventually it came back with a test where it was just like, if status contains text, then status exists. And I was like, that's not even remotely close to the original prompt I gave you. The original prompt was like, you run the Docker API status command, you get back a status. Here's your table of statuses that you should expect. Write a validation for each of the statuses to ensure that like this comes back. And it went, no, you know what? What if that table doesn't exist and your test isn't testing when it needs to? And also we're no longer using the API gem. Now it's just a thing that returns a string that says running. I was like, dude, am I actually on GPT-4? I like checked. I was like, maybe I'm on 3.5 or something. But it refused. You got to give it instructions. I tell it straight to the point. Don't drag the response along. Yeah, I don't know. The last couple days, it's just been annoying me. Like, a lot. I really don't know how to describe how annoying this has been. So it's suggesting alter the foreign key to set the game ID to null upon game deletion. So it wants this in here. Then re-add the foreign key. Okay. On delete nullify. Let's do this. Wait, is this going to be upset with me again and tell me that someone's using the Postgres database? Because they're definitely not. They're still not using it. You liar. Okay. DB drop. DB create. DB migrate. I don't need to seed it right now because it really doesn't matter. Valid keys are... Wait, where is this? Argument error on delete. Valid keys are limit, precision, scale, default, null, collation, comment, primary key if exists. If not exists, array, cast as, type, enum stored. Okay. Okay, what if we just defer this to like Copilot? Ensure the, I don't know. Foreign key might not exist anymore. I don't know. So we gotta remove it. I don't know. Let's just see what it comes back with. True. Null false. I mean, it really, that's just not true. Okay. This was not helpful. I'm gonna come back over here and I'm just gonna see. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. I hope you don't mind a stupid question. I don't think there are stupid questions, Kenny, so I wouldn't worry about it. Have you been deploying your Docker Compose files with Kamal, or do you convert what would be a Docker Compose file to Kamal, as shown in previous stream? Okay, so I don't know if there's a way to deploy them with Kamal. That would be cool. I personally don't know if there is. So the way that I've been doing it, if I come into config and deploy.yaml, the actual Rails app here is deployed with Kamal. So this is doing the web service here. This is the Rails app. This is for Sidekick, which is another, I think this is called a role, right? Then I have the accessories. One is for Postgres and one is for Redis. I have the registry, I have the environment variables, Trafic, and I have the volumes. The volumes here are mostly just for the sake of actually like hooking up what I think the Docker files will ask for. This is like constantly changing depending on what I find. But for the actual deployment, I am just using regular Docker commands. So this deploys the Kamal app into a Docker container. That container then has something that's going to make a lot of people uneasy, but it has access to the Docker socket. And then this container that it deploys is then the thing managing the rest of the server. This Docker container then is spinning up the other ones with just compose files right here. So for these containers are being spun up with just Docker compose files because I couldn't find a way to let the app itself spin up accessories with Kamal, because I was thinking that it would have to be like a Kamal accessory or something, and that's how I would do it. I couldn't figure out how to make it work. So instead I just went, we'll deploy it with Kamal because that makes sense to get the Rails app on the server and all set up. And then from there, we'll just let the Rails app basically manage the server like it would if we had just installed it on the actual server instead of in a container itself. Which does require it to have a fair amount of access to the server. But that's at least how I have it working right now. And yeah, I don't think that's a dumb question. I think that's a fair question to ask because it's definitely not, it's past the point of being intuitive for how this stuff works. Just because I've done a fair amount of work off stream as well. And there is a stream VOD where we started setting up the Redis stuff, I think, for like the accessories, but I don't think I got it working that stream, at least not fully. It was like a 8-hour stream, and then afterwards it was another 5 hours off stream of trying to get this working the next morning by just troubleshooting nonstop. It might have even been 2 streams worth of content trying to figure this out. Okay, we have this. I need to figure that out though. So Rails has many parent. I don't need the. I need the child to continue to exist. One is room is one is tickets. The requirement is that a room is deleted. Tickets should not be deleted. What you would want to do is dependent nullify. This would delete your room object. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so can I just do that? I don't think I've ever had to do this before because I've always gone, oh yeah, I gotta clean everything up. Okay, let's try this. Build an app by asking ChatGPT. My question is, how can I learn from this app that ChatGPT did for me? It's Ruby on Rails app, which is task management system. I guess it depends on like what it's doing. So if it's just doing stuff that you've already made before, then there's probably not much there to learn. What I've found ChatGPT is helpful with is like when I need it to, when I need like how do I put this? I personally use ChatGPT in a way where I have a problem, and before I try to search for a solution, sometimes I will ask it on the off chance that it's right. It's almost like I'm going to my junior dev and I'm saying, hey, can you look this up for me real quick? And then they come back and there's like a 60% chance that they're not going to look up the right thing. But just the act of them doing that might trigger something with me where I go, oh, this is how we have to do it. I don't know how well learning from ChatGPT would work just because it seems to do some questionable stuff sometimes. Not always, but lately it's been less than helpful for me. But like if you have an app that it built for you and you're trying to learn, maybe try adding a feature to it or something. Because that's usually how I would learn, is I would start following a tutorial for an application. Then once I got done, I would then add a feature or 2 or 3 or 10. You know, I go, oh, it'd be cool if it could do this. And I would try to get it to do that. And then once you have the application doing something extra that you yourself have implemented, then you've tied together what you had made for you and what you made. So you kind of like can claim that as your own now in terms of like things that you know how to kind of do. Although chances are if you have to like go re-implement whatever it made for you, there's a good chance you'll have to go look up that tutorial 10 times before you get comfortable enough to do that. Thanks so much. I'm an apprentice and trying to wrap my head around Kamal as I have a working compose file for multi-container, and figuring out the best practice for deploying is overwhelming. Yes, best practices are very overwhelming, but also it's a little bit confusing because a lot of the Kamal stuff is all in like a, what is it, deployed? Here it is. All the Kamal stuff is like compose adjacent, right? So it feels very much like a compose file, but it's not quite there. So the way that I've been generating these is I go to ChatGPT and I go, assume this is a compose file that I'm pasting in. Why isn't this working? And then it comes back with something like it did this entire sidekick block for me. Because I just said, this is kind of like a compose file. Can you help me? I'm sure there's issues with this, but I think there was... I'll have to check. There was definitely someone on Twitter who was releasing like a Kamal deployment. Let me see if I can find it. Let me check my phone real quick, maybe. There was a There's a book that you might be interested in. I just know it was by someone who works at Red Hat. Who was it? Kamal deployment book. I think it's coming out soon. Here it is. I got it. Yeah, Yosef, there it is. Okay. Let me find this. Let me send this to myself and I'll open it up on stream. This is definitely a book if you're interested in like learning how to use Kamal that I think will probably be helpful. Let me post it in general here. Like this. And I can come over to Discord and I can use Discord as my little link dumping ground. Copy link. So if this is something you're interested in, I think it's coming out in a couple days. Between 22nd to the 31st of March. So yeah, you got like a week or two maybe. But there you go. So this would definitely be something worth checking out. Highly recommend it. Just because like I follow his tweets usually make sense. So I'm assuming the quality of the writing will match it. Hopefully. And I'm planning on getting it so that I can learn, because some of this stuff I really have no idea about. But yeah, it's unfortunately a little bit difficult to wrap your head around, it seems. Oh, right, I was doing this. Okay, so game equals game.new, or I'm going to do game.create with a name of test and a, what do we say, a template of vanilla-compose.yaml. Thanks so much. Good to see if I can convince my manager to pick this up for me. I wish you luck. I would just say, you know, it's a Red Hat developer. Who better to learn how to deploy from? And hope that's enough. To be a good company resource. Okay, so that works, and then we can do game.backups.create, right, with a name of test. What am I doing? Oh wait. Backup equals backup.create with a name of test. Relation backup, really? Backup.new. Did I not do this already? I guess I didn't. Okay. That's my bad. All right. Where's my game? Game create. Oh, game.save. Really? Okay. Game equals game.last. Game.backups.create with a name of test. Okay. So now we have a game, right? And the game has backups. And now we can do game, or let's do backup equals game.backups.first. Game.destroy. Okay, it's destroyed, so that's huge. But our backup should still be here, which it is. Okay. So yeah, the dependent nullify was the part that I was missing. Now we can come over here and we can try to run this, and this should just create a game and then try to destroy the game. Assuming it works, but it never does. Of course not. Game has the same number of backups, expected 1. All right, so we have game create. Expected number is the game.backups.count. Game destroy. Actual number is backups where the game is that. Okay. If I do, let's do this. Run in terminal. I want to see what the actual error was. Actual was 0. Because this no longer exists. I'm dumb. Let's do this. So this is also not the right way to test this, I think. So what I want to do instead is we can do a backup equals, or let's do backups equal game.backups. Then we can do a game.destroy, and then we can check if the backups still exist, right? Let's do a... Okay, I'll just do 2 asserts. I don't really care. And then we'll do num backups and backups length, same number of backups exist. Same number of backups exist. Something like that. Expected 1. Is the backup actually being deleted? There's no way, right? I just tested this in the... You guys saw me do that. There's no way this is actually happening. Okay, let's debug this. Let's see what happens. Let's come down here. Okay. Step over. Step over. What's in backups right now? Backups should be... what do we have? We have Call of Duty. The game ID. Okay, so Call of Duty Black Ops 4 is in here. Now this should be 1, right? Num backups is 1. You can see right here that says 1. Game.destroy is called. Now our backups is an empty array. So this doesn't persist when it's destroyed, but if I come in here now, this backup still exists. It just doesn't do that. Okay. All right. That's fine. Let's do this. Game. No, we need the backups, right? I do this. Does that work? Let's try this. Okay, so because when this doesn't exist, when we destroy the backups, this relation's then returning just an empty array. But if we switch it to an array, we get an actual physical copy of the array. And we can come down here and we can see Call of Duty Black Ops 4 is still a game in here, right? Oh, and for anyone who doesn't know how I'm doing that, that is with the Faker gem in the games factory. You can do a game title where it just generates a random game title. So you can get like Call of Duty, I don't know, Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, something or other, which I think is pretty funny and pretty cool, but it also works here. Okay, so now this should be good, right? And now let's make sure if we run a Rails test, that stuff isn't just arbitrarily breaking. Although I'm assuming some of the stuff that was generated for us is probably going to be failing. Yeah, okay. So let me scroll up here and see the backups controller test, because this stuff just never works, right? So let's go deal with that real quick. So we can come up to the backups controller test. This creates a backup, right? So we have to create a backup, and then we are going to add like some kind of authentication here at some point, or sorry, authorization. So I'm going to have to do that as well. So I should probably just do that right now, right? Create admin, and then we can do the sign in with @admin as well. Okay, these are all passing now, which is fine. And that's just because I switched from the factories to, or sorry, from the fixtures to the factories, and I forgot to disable that, so that's why we're running into that. Now, we have a model where we can put this stuff. Let me do a ./test/coverage real quick. I'm just really looking at the number to see if the number goes up or down to decide on how the rest of my night's going. Okay, so we have 62% covered now. So we're now covering more of the code base than we were previously. Which is a fun statement in and of itself, just because you know that the only reason we're doing that is because we generated a bunch of boilerplate code that comes with the test. But again, as long as the code coverage number goes up, the PM is happy, right? Okay. So let's do this. We now want to come over here and do a bin/dev. We can come over here. I just realized we're still on the main branch. I'm going to do right. Get status. We have all of this stuff. This is still fine. We also have the T-shock in here, which was just an example. So let's do that. Control L, so this one switches to backups, and then we can do a bin/dev over here to start our server, and then we can do the rest of our work over here. So let's just refresh. We need to Rails DB seed, right? Because I don't think we did that before. Okay. We can do, I forget what the seed file is. The email is this one. So admin@example.com with a password of password. There we go. Okay, so we need to create a game, which we can do real quick. New game. I'm gonna do vanilla. And this one should also be vanilla, right? So submit. There we go. Okay, so now I want to create a backup for this. That means that I want to start the server, I think. So let me check the thing here, because I think I just deleted that without actually managing the Docker containers, which is another thing I need to manage later. I need some kind of dashboard where it's just constantly pinging all of the Docker servers so that I can be like, oh, this server needs to be started or stopped. Let me just check this real quick. Okay, yeah. So we're going to add the button here, I guess. Let me close this and come over to _game, which has the backup button in it. And I want this to go... Is this a game controller thing, or is this a backup controller action? I guess backup controller, right? Anything game specific that I should be doing here? Let's just go with backups for now. Okay, and then let me think about the logic here, because there's... You could even make the argument, maybe this is a game backup path. So we pass it back to the game controller. In the game controller, we then... Well, we kind of want the controller to be like lean, right? So if we leave this as a backup game path, we can pass the game to that. And then we can create the backup, I guess, and associate it with the game. Or maybe we don't even do this over here. Maybe, okay, let me think about this a different way. So what if instead of having the backup button here, we have under manage, we have the ability to create the backups, right? So let's come into our nav bar where we have the drop down. And then we have the earnings thing right here, right? So let's do backups. I also don't like that this one says manage jobs when the whole tab is just manage. So let me find manage jobs. Is that in here? Edit. What is this? Edit user registration. So this is edit account. Oh, that's over here. Okay, that's what I'm doing wrong. Okay. So we can leave earnings here. I need to find this drop down though, which I think is in the admin links, admin nav bar. Here. So we have that drop down. I want to change this to not be manage jobs. I just want this to be jobs. So if you're not familiar with this, the manage jobs, or I guess now the jobs button, takes you to the Sidekick dashboard, which lets you see all of the stuff that's running in the background. Which, as you can see, I have been a little bit busy. Busy making a mess. Then we can get rid of the settings button, I think, right? Because we don't actually use this. Let's do that. Yeah, and then we can refresh settings, and now we have Docker images, jobs, and then we also want backups. Let's take this and grab this one, and we can paste this up here. So let's do a li. And we'll say this is for backups. This is going to go to the backups path, I think. Backups, and that takes us here. I'm going to show this one, delete this one. That works fine. Now we have a name and we have the games. And we have a form that once again has that wonderful invisible text that has been bothering me endlessly. So now let's come into the backups form. Okay. Class. Oh wait, this is actually going to change. Let's leave that and then let's do this one. Class of text dash black. Then we have a dark text dash black because it's still just a form like that, right? Oh, and then we got to close this. There we go. Okay. Okay, so that gets rid of the first one. And for the second one, we just want to use a select, right? So where am I doing this already? I'm doing this in the game form. Game form. I have the template select. So if we come over here, this is for the game ID instead. Okay. Then I probably just want to do like game dot. We're going to say this is for the game ID. I think. Right, and then we can do game.all.map, game name to game ID, like that. Okay, so this now lets us select a game. Of course, the entire form needs to be styled a little bit better because this looks awful. So I'm gonna Control-Alt-A, F11, copy the styles for the form, come back over here, paste the styles for the form. Like that. That seems a bit better. I'm going to come over to here where we have the field for the name because we can pretty much just copy paste that right here. There we go. Okay, so now it looks very similar to the other one. And we're now repeating this in 2 different locations, which means should really think about extracting this. So we're going to say choose a game to backup, right? Choose a game to backup. This is your game. And then we probably want to say... you need to figure out like what you're actually backing up because you don't want to keep the unimportant folders, right? If I come over here to, I guess I can't do anything here. If I close this, open up a new tab, and then SSHN. Did we ever switch this? We did. Okay. We just... Okay. Sorry, I just like checking and making sure everything's still good as I do this, because I don't fully trust it yet. If we cd to payloads, /payloads, then we can cd to /vanilla with the boys, which I think is that server. We could, in theory, back this whole thing up, which I think, unfortunately, we might have to do. Unless I can think of a better way to do this right now. And the reason is, depending on the game, it won't always be a world folder that needs to be backed up, right? Or the fact that we have like a set list of ops. So like if I cat the ops file, you can see that there's some different ops there. So in that case, what we might want to do is just grab the entire file or the entire folder and then create a backups folder somewhere. Okay, so we create the game, or we create the backup, and then in our backup folder, we need to do something like after create backup. Then this is going to have to fire off a job that does all of the backup stuff. So what we want to do here is say let's go over here, Rails G sidekick :job for backup job creator. I don't like that. Backup creator. Because I have like a container starter, container restarter, container stopper, image manager. Is this a image, say backup manager, or is this a backup creator? Let's just go with backup manager for now. We'll just do that. Okay. Okay. So that's good. And then in here, we just have to do stuff, right? Simple enough. So I'm going to say this needs to, at some point, do a backup manager dot perform async for the self.id. Off topic. For jobs that require React plus Rails, are they talking about React plus Rails as API or a Rails monolith with React using ESBuild? Which one should I focus on? Unfortunately, I've seen it go both ways. I've had people message me for pretty much the same type of exercise that they have for an interview, and it's an API, and the Rails or the React app is its own application, and the other one is it's baked into Rails, and they have to figure out how to make React work with that. So I really don't know which one's more popular. If I had to guess, I would say it's probably the Rails as an API is more popular, and then React as a front end. But maybe someone else in chat has an opinion on that, because I'm not really sure what's more prevalent. Because that can be a little bit tricky, depending on what you have to do. And then, so we have the backup. And we want to do like a def normalized name. Backup. We have like a path that we have to do, but we were also talking about like the directory structure. Thanks, man. Yeah, I wish I could be more help. It's just, I don't know. Again, I've seen both, so I don't want to tell you one instead of the other. If I had to guess, I would say it's probably Rails as an API. And that's mostly just because it's probably easier for you to go between different versions of Rails if you're using Rails as an API and then having React separately. If you had React built into the application, every time you upgraded, you'd have to deal with the fact that Rails can't make up its mind with how to use JavaScript. That's where I think a lot of businesses would probably get upset with that and then switch over to using it just as an API because they can't deal with, like, you know, the strategy for JavaScript changing every couple of years. Which, to be fair, like, JavaScript can't figure out what it wants to do with itself, so. Yeah. Okay, we don't have a backup path here. I kind of want to just say this goes to, like, /backups. That's what we said before. /backup /game.normalized name. And then we want to go to /normalized name for this one, right? Which is just going to be this again. I think. So we can do this. That gets you a normalized backup path, but then we need this with a date, right? So then we need def normalized backup path with date. And then here, what we want to do is this plus this. Okay, and then let's do a Rails C real quick so I can see what this is even doing. Let's do game.first, right? We can do a do I have a backup? Equals backup.first. Okay, so backup equals game.backups.create with a name of test. Create backup, uninitialized constant backup, : backup manager. Wait a minute. Isn't that what I'm doing over here? Oh, I forgot the job. Is that what I forgot? Yeah, okay. Okay. Like this? Oh. Okay. Game equals game.first. Backup equals backup.first. Backup equals backup.new. Backup.name equals test. Backup.game equals game. Backup.save. Okay, so now I have a game and I have a backup, right? Game.backups. All of those things are true. Okay, so now I can do backup dot normalized name, which should just be the same thing as the name because it's just that. So let me do backup dot update. Name is going to be Forge Minecraft server, right? Today, because it's today's backup is what I'll do. Like I'm just a regular user that doesn't know what I'm doing. I'm going to do a game.update. I'm going to change the name for this game to Forge Minecraft with friends. Okay. I have a game with a normalized name of Forge Minecraft with friends, no spaces or anything. And then I have a backup with a normalized name, which is Forge underscore Minecraft underscore server underscore today. That seems fine. And then I want to do not a normalized name, but I want to do a normalized backup path. Actually, you know what? I'm just kind of feeling this just being a normalized path, and then this can be a normalized path with date. That seems better. But for right now, I'll just play along with this. We have the normalized backup path, which is going to go to /backups /Forge Minecraft with friends /Forge Minecraft server today. And then we can do a backup dot normalized path. Oops, normalized path with date. Backup path with date. Okay. That should be granular enough to where, well, but wait, if I do 2 backups in one day, this might not work. All right, strf time format. I gotta find the one that tells me how to do the strf. What is it? strf.net or something? strf time format. I want the one that has like the thing where I can just test it in the browser. strf time net. That's it. That's the one I wanted. Okay, so we have this right now. But this only gives us a date, right? Or sorry, yes, a date. Okay. And I probably want to do like dash hour dash minute. I can't imagine this needing to be more granular. I mean, I could also do dash second, right? Let's just try that. Okay. I am going to change this to, I think, remove this. So it's a bit... I don't know if I like the underscores or if I like it more without the underscores, if I'm being honest. But I do want to test this. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in, which lets me do this without having to reload. And then I think I can just come up here. With date. Okay, I guess I do have to reload. Backup equals backup.last. Oh, that's why. Normalized path with date. Undefined method normalized backup path. Oh, because I changed this as well. Okay, reload. Normalized name, normalized name, normalized path, normalized path, normalized path with date. Normalized path with date. Backup.methods. I'm losing my mind. Backup dot this one. Okay, undefined method, normalized backup path for backup. You have a line number? Normalized path. Okay. Maybe this is why. Backup equals backup.last. Backup.normalized path. Path with date. Okay, there we go. So this should be granular enough, right? Like if you ever need to find your stuff, this is where it'll be. I think. I can't imagine you having to back up more than once per second, and even there, that feels excessive. But at the very least, this will give us something that we can then point to. So then in here, we can just pass in the ID and then just grab it that way, I think. So let's come into our backup manager. This will now take in the backup ID. And then this needs to find the backup. Create backup. I mean, that's just an infinite loop that you've created there. That's fantastic. And then for this, what we want to do is we need to... What are we doing? We're going to say get the game path, get the game directory, copy the get the target directory. Then we want to copy the game to the target, right? Let's change this to backup and then like that. So for getting this, we need to say game equals backup.game. Game dir is going to be the game normalized path. If I come into game.rb, we have a normalized. This doesn't have a normalized path. It has a compose directory, which is where this stuff exists, right? That's our /payload /name of the game. So we want to go into the compose directory. Compose directory. And we need to get the backup directory, which means we have to use some kind of service here, which I think I have. Directory manager service. Like this. Okay. Just thinking if if I want to allow them to have multiple, because you could run into like orphan directories here if you're not careful, but I think the way I solve most of those problems is I just have like a way to peruse the backups directory, and that'll also solve a lot of this, which I can do. That's not a problem. I think we just go like this and we continue on with the strategy of implementing the easy solution first and then coming back later and cleaning it up. So we can do backup directory is the backup normalized path with date. And we can do a directory manager service dot instance, because it's singleton, dot instance dot recreate directory, because the directory shouldn't exist. Right? And then we can do a file utils cpr for game dir to backup dir. Okay. I think that makes sense. Now, in this case, we have this path right here. And this is going to run into the same issue we have over here, which is doing this check. So, yeah, we need to do this, and then for the rest of this, we want to do, let me see, how do I want to do this? We can do this, actually. We can just say the backups dir equals this. This is equal to this if we're in development. Otherwise, it's going to be equal to this. We could do this. That should account for that. And then that also means we can test this. So let's try this. Just see how much is breaking. Let me make sure I haven't broken anything else by doing this, but I don't think I've touched anything that matters. Oh. Backup controller test is doing something. Okay. Okay. So the backup controller is trying to do stuff here for... Trying to do make dir for Half-Life 2 Lost Coast. Okay. So let's come into our controller test and our backups controller then. Because I probably got to do some cleanup here too, right? So we'll do a teardown. Let me come over to somewhere where I'm creating these folders. Maybe here? No, here? I'm doing it somewhere. One sec. I have to figure out which one of these was creating directories. This one? No. This one. Yes. Okay. I'm just going to copy this for now. And then we can do this. So we're going to have a backup instead, which is fine. Okay. Backup user sign in. We have our test YAML path. Let's stub out for development and do this. That's fine. And then here, we want to remove the backup normalized path. I think. Let's see. Let's give it a shot. So we have a backup normalized path like that, and then the rest of this should be fine, I think. So let me come over to our backups. Let me delete the backups folder. Oh wait, actually, before I do that, let's come into our .getignore and let's do backups. Okay, and let's put backups above coverage like that. So that should cause backups to be grayed out now, hopefully, so that we don't get this stuff pushed up to us, to our GitHub repo. So let's do this. Okay, and then let's do one of these tests. So let's do a should create backup. Okay. Undefined method stubs. So we're trying to stub out the environment, which means we do need to use require mocha for mini test. And that should fix that issue. Okay, so that gets created. Now let's come over to our backups directory. And there's nothing in here. So now if I run this, at the very least, we shouldn't have a backups directory full of stuff, is my hope. Whether or not that's true is a different story. Okay. Okay, so all of these are now passing. If I come over to our backups directory, this doesn't have a bunch of stuff in it. So I like that. And then I can hopefully come over here again and do another Rails test and just make sure that stuff isn't breaking. Okay, stuff is still breaking, but it's for the game status checker. Undefined compose directory for no class. So yeah, this is now upset about the game's controller test. Okay, so wait, how many tests are failing? I'm assuming it's a lot if we have all these EA access stuff. 48 errors. So we've definitely broken something. Get status. Okay, game RB has been changed. It just has many backups. So let me see. Let me just find one of these. This one, right? For the status checker. find one that's not that annoying to test. I think it's mostly the controllers. Backups controller test is failing. So we can do that. We can go over to our test, backups controller test. We can run this, and that's for the destroy. Test should destroy backup. Run. Okay. We're gonna go into test/controllers. Let's just run this one and see how many are failing in here. Didn't we just have a controller fail? Games controller test. In test controllers, games controller test. Are we what's happening? No, they're failing here. Container starter job test. Such file or directory, a code/Minecraft/demo/payload/Pokemon Yellow. Okay. Let's come over to one of the tests that's doing this. We said this was the directory service. Directory manager. This isn't really doing any... No, this one's not it. It's the YAML manager. This is not really doing anything, though. Backup is doing a... There's got to be some kind of conflicting access of the file, which is where the permission's coming from. But I don't know where that would be happening. Sidekick, backup manager job. I mean, this one shouldn't be doing anything yet, but I can just come over here and make sure it's running similarly to the other one. It shouldn't be blowing anything up, though. Okay. I mean, we have like every test for controllers failing when we run all of our tests. But here, for some reason, that's not the case. Okay, so let's scroll up until we find out what's starting this. Hopefully. Oh. Yeah, so the game's being deleted somewhere before it has a chance to be used. Factories. Let's get rid of the fixtures first of all, because we really don't need these. Come into our games.rb. We have the backup here with the game. Then we have the backup manager job. That's not it. Come into the backup test. We can maybe make sure this one's properly tested, but I don't see, again, I don't see why this ./test/coverage. We definitely had this working. Boy, I can't wait to see this number change. Yeah, down to 29%. Okay. Yeah, so the mods and the commands seem mostly fine. Let's see. I have an idea. We'll come into the factory, or sorry, into the controllers. Backups controller test. I don't think it's this one, but we'll at least try it. Rails test. Okay, so it's not this. The other thing I could think of is, so we have like 41 errors here. What if I come into the factories for the games? I do this. We're obviously going to get backup failures, right? But we only got 7 errors. So for some reason, creating the backup here is causing everything else to go boom. Create backup for game. Maybe like this. $48 errors again. So yeah, something with the backup is causing all of these to fail. So container stopper test. Container stopper job test. Why are there 2 of these? Is something else I'm noticing. There's a bunch of tests in here. I thought these should all be gone. Get out of here. Okay. Let's come into Sidekick. Container stopper. Creates a game, which now has a backup, but the only thing I can think of is that like the, oh, but this one's also failing, right? The directory manager at line 15. So directory manager service, line 15 right here for the make dir for the path. Recreate comes from the backup manager job. That's also fine. Mission denied here. App services directory manager from the backup manager job. Backup manager job. This is trying to do this at line 13 right here. It's trying to recreate the backup directory for this. Backups, payloads. What's the difference? RWX, XRX. These are all the same. Game.compose directory. If backup, or I guess we could say return unless backup. No, it should be return unless backup.game. Yeah, and then we also want to do this. We want to do a find by ID, and then we want to say return unless backup, and then return unless backup game. Okay, so that's still 48 errors. Let's come into the backup.rb. After create, okay. So yes, it is the after create that's making this go boom. After create backup, runs the backup manager. So like from here to here, that's okay. Maybe it's not an after create. This might need to be a different type of callback here. What do we do? I mean, I feel like the game does the payload stuff, right? The broadcast update sets default values. After save, it enqueues the Docker compose generation. Right there. We do like after save. It creates a backup. It calls backup manager job. This is clearly part of the problem because it's getting here when it's doing all of these other things. So I have to find some way to get this to stop throwing errors when it gets here. Backup manager. Test should stub command runner service to avoid real execution. How is this failing? This is also firing the directory manager service. Okay, let's do this. Container stopper job test. This is happening in the should stub. Container stopper takes in a game ID. So anywhere where it creates a game, it's doing this, is what I'm assuming. So in our game factory, it's doing a creation of a backup with a name and a game. Which then causes this to run the job. When the job runs, it tries to make, so you can see here, it goes from here, it goes to the game. The game creates the backup, right? This is happening on line 10. It validates the name, then the backup is created. The backup goes to the backup manager job, which goes into create directory or recreate directory. So let's come into the directory manager service right here. And then let's do another Rails test. This is the container stopper job test, right? So, oops, I didn't mean to run those. Let's run these as a debug. Okay. Full screen. Where did my buttons go? They're there. Okay. Step over. Our path is /command conquer alert /halo2 /that. Command conquer alert /halo2. So that's two names. Oh, I see. Okay, so first thing in our backup factory, I don't want to use a game.title here. I want to use a something else. Sure. We have our game, right? And then in our backup.rb, this is doing root join backups for the development environment. Just doing /backups /game normalized /normalized name. Okay, debug. Okay, the path for this is now /Animal Crossing /whatever. So this backup manager job perform is right here. Does the backup dir, which is the backup normalized path with date. So this one right here is the part that's not getting set properly. Let's go to the normalized path with date in the backup. Normalized path with date, which does self.normalized path. Which is this. So here's my thoughts. I'm going to do a backup test right here. We're going to validate the backup model, and then this should solve the rest of those problems, I think. Okay. Yep, not surprised that all of these are failing because it just decided that it was going to do that. Okay. Let's do this. I didn't mean to run that again. Let's get rid of all these. Let's just start from the beginning. Okay. Please stop running these in line. You're going to make me act up. Test. Should not create without a name. Do. Okay. Backup.name, backup.save. Let's try this one. Really? Backup.rb doesn't validate itself. Okay, that's fine. Validates name, presence true. Okay. Run the test. Good. Beautiful. Test. Should create a backup. Not really something that needs to be tested considering the setup. So what I want to do instead is I want to say this should have a normalized name. Backup.name.gsub. That's fine for the backup normalized name. Okay. Test. Should have a normalized path. Also something that is true. I don't know why you do these things to me. Expected path equals this. Expected path is rails.root.join backups, backup.game.normalized name. Makes sense. Backup.normalized name. Okay. And then this is going to be the expected path. And then this is going to be the actual path. Okay. Yeah, so the actual one we got here is StarCraft 2 / whatever. So this actual path right here, this at backup normalized path, is the thing that's making everything go boom. Because we're currently in test. So if I come over from here into our backup.rb and in here I do or this is test, like magic, this should no longer give us a weird thing, right? If I run this now, we're up to 51 errors. We somehow went up in errors instead of down. Okay. Let's see. We have our models. We have our backup here. File join for this. If it's development or if it's test, the backups directory is rails.root.join backups. Then we do, what is it, /code/Minecraft/demo is our Rails root directory /backup/game name/backup name. is what this should be giving us. But instead what it's giving us is, well, this is giving us /payload/fear, which is not something we should be seeing in here. Then the backups controller test should get edit. So I know why the backup stuff is failing, but I want to see why the other stuff that's not a backup test is failing. Docker image test. Here we go. Same reason, because none of this stuff exists. But why is it going to /payloads for there? Backups controller test. Why is this one going to the production result? This is stubbing development. Hold on. Backup.rb. Right? If it's in development or it's in test, it should be doing this. Undefined method normalized path. Oh, is that why? Because the game might not exist? Right, because you're just creating a backup in this case. Okay. So this goes to the backup manager job in perform line 17. So when the game is created, it does the backup manager job. But this is happening in the, oops. This is happening in here, right? After create, it does these things. Okay, so because it's an after create, it's had the game passed into it. This should no longer be returning empty, right? The only thing I could think of is that the game itself is being deleted. Backups controller test, line 13. At backup.normalized path. This is definitely public. Okay. This is not running anything. Have my tests given up? Okay, let's clear everything. Clear this. Debug tests. Okay, well, I can't really test them in here because they don't fail. So I don't know what to do. Believe it or not, the tests seem to be just adding more debt to the tech debt. But this is probably something that would have gotten me in the long run. So I guess at least there's that. If we do this, backup.rb, and then instead of doing this, what if we comment this out, over here. Oops. Control L, Control C. Like this. Da, 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 da. Oh, still the same stuff. 51 errors. /payload/Kingdom Hearts. I don't understand where you're getting that from. Rails.root.join backups directory. Backups directory / I guess nothing here. If I just do like return unless self.game. Is this at least, I'd like to see the number of failing tests go down. Is that a thing I can do? Apparently not. Okay. Undefined compose directory. Dude, when you run all of these tests, like something is happening to the game that's causing it to just go boom. I don't understand. Backup manager line 50. All right, backup manager. Line 17 in perform. Return unless the game dir exists. What about that? Okay. Again, as annoying as it is, that is something that I should have caught, which is why we have tests. So at least there's that, I guess. Let's come back over to our backup.rb and let's get rid of this. Let's also get rid of this. And now let's see how many tests fail when I run it like this. A few, to say the least. We have 46 errors, so we got rid of 5. But if I leave this as env test, yeah. Unfortunately, with the backup with the backup manager running, you now need to stub all of these so it grabs the right directory. So again, it's back to that problem of, do we put the volumes in the Rails app itself? And I don't like that because it doesn't feel great. And I don't want to do this on my host system where it just goes off into the ether, because that also is not great. So I think for right now, I'm going to settle for this because it's, at the very least, it kind of works. And then in the future, probably need to refactor this. Just like that, our coverage went up by like 1%. Woo. Okay, let's come back over to our backup test. And let's come over to our models. So our backup is allegedly now fully tested. Although these, I guess this is considered unreachable maybe, I don't know. Or it's because it's, that's weird. Jobs. Game status checker, or application jobs not being tested. Okay, if you say so. Then we have ungrouped, which is the policies. The policies still need to be tested. And we have the controllers, which are in a state now because we've sort of changed the logic on just about everything, right? I think all of these need to have a check done for the unhappy path. Yeah, right here. So create is handling it, but in the update, we need to also make sure that the unhappy path is accounted for. Okay, and that's still up, so that's good. All right, so now we have these things being created, right? So now my question is, if I come over here to the games list, we have this Forge Minecraft with Friends thing. I'm going to start the server and we're going to test this. Does this even still exist at this point? I can't imagine it does because I've like made this go boom. So we'll build this from the payload. This will then start up. So I can do a Docker container logs-f for Forge with Friends. That'll let us follow the status of this. I'm then going to get on the server. And I guess I'll build something and we'll try deploying it. Maybe. Or we'll try backing it up. Okay, so if I come over here, the backups directory should be not full of stuff, right? It's full of stuff. Okay, so we're also not cleaning up the backups directory when it runs. So this is going to be a problem for testing purposes. Okay. Yeah, this is not great right here. I'm going to need like a before everything runs type of thing now. Delete permanently. Just get rid of all this. And then let's come over here. This is now up and running. Let's come in here. Let's connect to localhost, which should be up now. Connect. Game mode creative. And then give me like a block and we'll just make something that is identifiable, right? Okay, good enough. Now let's disconnect from here. Or actually, let's try to do this while it's running. That'll be step one. So let's come over to our manage and our backups. I'm going to delete this backup because it's not actually doing anything. I'm going to say new backup. Back me up inside. Click create backup. Okay, so that's done now. Come over here to backups, and now we have the entire folder in here with our world data. Okay. So now, now what we want to do is a way to restore this. Which I got to figure out what the right way to do that is. Because what I'm thinking is I'm going to make it a button right now that just deploys the backup and like updates it. But I think in the future, what needs to happen is they should probably, like with GitHub, where you go to delete a repo, enter the name of the backup or the name of the original game to like confirm that you want to do this. Because this is like a very destructive action, right? Like you're deploying this to effectively remove the current state of things post backup, right? So if I come over here and I do something like this, this is not going to be in there when I deploy the backup that just had this in it, right? So this part of the world won't exist. So we'll just stand right here. And now we'll think about what this needs to look like. So on the backups page, so underscore backup partial, right? Underscore backup. Okay. App views. Backups. Oh, because it's the direct. Okay, I see. It's in the get ignore now. That's unfortunate. That's another thing we got to add then. Let's come into the backup partial. In here, we'll do a let's do a p tag or an h3 maybe. Yeah, we can do actions. That works. Okay. And then I want to do a p tag. And then we'll say this is a link or a button to restore. This will go to the restore backup path. That makes sense with a method of post. Sure. I don't think that part matters. I want to do like a data confirm. Is that a thing I can do? And then we can do a /p. So we don't need any other, oops, we don't need any other actions here. Refresh. Restore backup path doesn't exist. We'll come over to routes. This is going to be down here, I guess. Post to store backup with an ID goes to backups controller restore action as restore backup. That makes sense. Okay. Restore. Doesn't pop that up. Is there a Rails turbo method confirm or something? Is this a thing I can do? Oh, form data to confirm, of course. Because it's wrapped in a form, we got to add it to the form, maybe? Is that the logic? Okay, so now we can add confirms for this. So I should probably also add this to, real quick, in the game section. Control-Alt-A, comma, let's add this confirm to this button. Then let's actually do it like this, because these are always going to be at the end, right? So let's do this here. We can leave the start though. So this will prevent us from accidentally deploying. This might be a destructive rebuilding of your game. I don't know. We'll just leave it like that for now. Just something to warn the users. And then over here, we can say, are you sure? This will wipe the current save if it exists. Let's make an exclamation mark because that'll scare people. Okay, so let's come over here, refresh, restore, does this. Yes, that seems fine. And then I want to add classes to this. So let's enter this down, tab it over. Like that. And then in our game, we have the, not in our game, in our show page, maybe? Game show. We have the destroy button classes. Like this. Okay. I want to do a comma like that. Okay, and then Control-Alt-A again. Over here and refresh. That gives us a restore button. So we click this, we hit OK. That takes us to an error, right? Oh, oops, let's go over here. bin/dev. That should give us an error saying route doesn't exist or something. There we go, right there. Scroll up. Action not found. Okay. So now we can come into our backups controller. And over here, we can do a restore. Def restore. Def restore. Okay. I don't want to do any of this stuff here. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up to the top and I'm going to say restore. Now in here, we got to be careful because this needs to we need to check if the stuff exists. So I'm going to just hit tab for a second, but this isn't what we're going to do. We want to say if backup.restore redirect here. But I think we want to do it like this. Redirect to game URL for the backup game. Notice backup, it's not really is being restored. And then for this one, we can do, I'm not really a fan of this. I guess we can leave it like that. So something like this. And then if the game doesn't exist, we have to make sure that the model's also checking for that, right? Like we can't just do that in the controller. Because if we do the check here and then later we try and like fire this off from the API or something, then we're also going to have to do the check for the API. If If we do it in the model itself, when we go to restore it and like the game doesn't exist, then it's really not a problem because there's really nothing there that needs to be worried about. So let's come in here. We'll do restore. We'll do it like here. Def restore. Okay. And for this one, I want to say we want to do a restore or backup restore job. Perform async. And we can come out to come out to our terminal in here and do a Rails G sidekick backup restore. And then we can come into our, well, let's come into our backups controller real quick to see what it's upset about. Oh, end. And then let's do a else block here, which is basically a oopsie whoopsie path, right? Which means this needs to actually come up here, I think. Which is how this is normally formatted. So respond to, and then we can come over here like this. If, else, end, like that. And now we want to tell them, yeah, we didn't restore the backup. You did something wrong. And in this case, we don't want to go back to the backups URL. We want to go to, I successfully created a support case by emailing into my Rails app. That's so cool. So what, you like email the endpoint and then your Rails app just automatically generates the necessary models or whatever. So like anytime the customer sends in a support case, your Rails app automatically updates itself. That's so cool. That's something that I should look at for like a potential video idea, because I'm sure that's something people probably would be interested in. Redirect back to here, or we could redirect to backup is able to be restored. Like that. Backup was unable to be restored. Something like that. And then over here we can do a backup restore job, which obviously has no way of knowing if this fails, I guess. So that's unfortunate, but that's fine. Let's come into our backup restore job. Takes in a backup ID. There we go. Okay. And then in here, what we want to do is, that's our backup path. Now we need our game path, right? Game path is the normalized path. Is that true? A normalized game, we have a composed file path and a composed directory. I think we do composed directory. Something like that. So let's come back over to here and do composed directory. And then after the composed directory, we can now do our removing of the game directory. Okay. Then we copy the backup to the game. And then we can do a, oh, interesting. In Q Docker compose generation. Because that'll move the file back in, right? But the file, yeah, see, the problem is this logic here actually needs to happen again, not because this isn't, the template hasn't changed. The compose file is still attached, but the file in the directory, in our payloads directory, where is it? The file in our payloads directory, like inside of vanilla right here, we have a docker compose.yaml file. This docker compose.yaml file won't exist here because our backup has changed. I'm gonna say maybe we leave this here, but I'm gonna make a note in the restore job. So I'm gonna comment this out and say to consider this the backup compose file may differ from the game's current compose file. So in the current implementation, you'll go back to the old compose file, which is fine because chances are you probably messed something up there. But let's go ahead and let's try this. So our game is still running. So I'm going to come over to games. I'm going to bring this tab down here real quick. It's going to get a little bit messy for a second, but I need to keep track of the status of this. So we want to do the game compose directory. Now right here where it does file utils, this is where we have to do something a little bit weird, but we have to do a container stopper job. And then cp-r, like that. And I don't think we start the container again. So let's try this. Let's leave Minecraft over here. It should, let me time set day. There we go. So we can at least see something. It should stop this and then do all the backup stuff. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Come over here real quick. We have that window up there, so it shouldn't matter too much. And then there's probably stuff happening here, right? Server didn't stop is the first thing I'm noticing. Okay, let's go back. Let's enter a bit and then restore. Let's see what happens here. Goes to backups controller restore as a turbo stream. Backups controller line 63. Backups controller. Okay, it redirects to the game path if backup.restore. This job should be running in the background though, right? Backup restore job info done. I mean, I would beg to differ, but okay. If we stop the server, is this the one that's running? Forge Minecraft with friends. What was happening? Okay. Hold on. Let me hit enter a bunch and click stop server. Container stopper job, info start. Okay. Is this getting anything from this? I guess not, because we're not seeing anything happen. So is the stop server button just not working anymore? Come over to games, new game, test, vanilla, submit. That one's fine. If I come over here and I show this game, I wonder. What is this? This is going to be the underscore game partial. Or yeah, that's fine. Underscore game. Stop server has nothing attached to it, right? Yeah, so this one should just be firing. It goes off to the stop game path, and the rest of that's pretty trivial. So what is causing this to not work? Because our tests were passing. Everything else should just be working. If I click stop, Executing command docker compose -p deployer down. For code Minecraft payloads, forge Minecraft with friends, YAML down. Forge Minecraft with friends, YAML down. Okay, so if I come over to payloads, forge Minecraft with friends. Oh, it's in like a nested directory. Okay, okay, I see what happened. So okay. We put it in one directory too deep. That caused the compose file to move, which means it can't stop the container because it's using the compose file name to stop the container currently. Trying to build Zendesk style app into my app so I can stop paying $1,000 a month. Yeah, that's a respectable reason to do that. That's it's a cool 5 figures a year that you would be saving by doing that. Okay. What am I doing? In the backup restore job, we are copying this to the game path. This isn't what we should be doing. We should be doing the directory manager, right? Okay. We go to the directory manager and we recreate this directory for the game path, not for the game path. We remove the game path and then we create this. So in our game.rb, we have the compose directory, which is payload / normalized name. We need to just do payloads. So we need like a def. I guess we could do def. It's almost like a root path, but it's not a root path. It's it's like a parent path or something, parent directory maybe. And then this will just return payloads. And then this would become parent directory. And then this is just join the parent directory, comma, the normalized name. Like that, I think. And then, oh, I'm sure the tests are going to love this. Now we can do, instead of game path, we want to CP this into the game. We want to say game equals backup.game. This is now game.compose directory, game.id, game. That's fine for the game path, right? But this now needs to be the game.parent directory. I think that logic checks out. And then if I come over here, I need to full screen this and come up to the backups folder. In the backups folder, I need to move this into here, or sorry, not in the backups folder, in the payloads folder. I need to move this. So like here to here needs to be moved into here. Move. And then I can delete this. Okay. So now this is back in a normal format with our Docker Compose. So now our stop button should work, which it looks like it has. Oh, no, it hasn't. Okay, so now if we come over here and we click stop, that should stop the server, which it does. Okay, so now we're back into normal land. That was confusing. So now what my plan is, I'm going to start the server again, and I'm going to start the backup, because the backup should stop the server, and then that should all just kind of work together. And that should allow us to restore what we need to and make everything else work. Hypothetically. Okay. So I'm going to come over here, Minecraft with friends, start server. And I also want to make these two buttons switch depending on if the server is currently running or not, but that's a future problem. This one's going to come back over to the backups because now we want to try to restore this once the server's back up and running. No pun intended, but it is appreciated. And for now, we will follow these logs with Docker container logs. There we go, 83%. Okay, refresh. Now we can connect to localhost again. Our weird thing is there, but our building isn't, right? So game mode creative. Okay. So now we need a way to, well, I guess we need to like create a new backup, right? Yes. Okay. So let me come over here. Let me refresh. Come into this page. Or I guess we do the backups from here. I'm getting so confused. Okay. Payloads are fine. I'm going to come over to backups. I'm going to delete the backups folder. Delete it. Come over here. I'm going to delete this. Okay. New backup. I'm going to call this, I don't know, number 2 for backup number 2. And this is going to be for Forge with Minecraft friends or whatever. We'll create the backup. That is a backup with this weird, strange pillar in it. So we know it's this world. And then it's going to not have this weird, I don't know, plank looking thing here with me standing on it. Okay, so backups set up. And then this is now going to the parent directory, which is just payloads. So now I'm going to click restore. It still doesn't want to stop the server, which is kind of annoying. But the actual backup is now done. So now if I come over to the game and I manually stop the server, okay, so now it's copying the wrong file here. So instead of doing backup path, I needed to copy the stuff in the backup path, but not the backup, not the whole directory. Is there a way to do that? File utils. Because this is doing, I mean, this is doing something weird. It's doing the date / the name. But over here, it's the name. And then the date, and then this. Oh, you know what? That's probably... Okay, so there's a couple ways to fix that. So that's going to be in the backup manager, right? So find Sidekick, wherever that may be. Backup manager job. The game directory. We have the backup dir, which is the, oops, normalized path with date. Instance recreates the backup directory, which is the normalized path with date. then I need to like cp-r the contents of the file or the folder and not of directory. Is that a thing I can do? I don't want to do folder with subfolders. Copy entry. Copy a directory tree for you. Okay. Copies a file system entry source to destination. If source is a directory, this method copies its contents. Okay. Let's try this maybe. Copy entry. Instead of cp.r, let's do copy entry from the game directory. Game.compose directory. So game.compose directory is normalized name into the backup directory like that. Okay. Let's give this a shot. So let's come over to our backups again. Delete these. Delete permanently. Let's go over to payloads, which now has all this stuff in it. Let's grab the folder, put it in here. And then let's delete the date. Like that. Now let's come over to our, I mean, we could really just do this up here, right? Let's go over to our page here with the stuff. And then let's stop the server and then start it again. And we can do the backups in another tab. So we are going to show this backup, destroy this backup. That's now gone. And then come over here, start the server, which will bring back our weird cross-looking thing, but not have the blank. And then we can create another backup here by going over to backups, new backup, and we'll say test number 3 for this. Okay. You just make sure this says it's running, but this always takes a second for it to get back up. Localhost. Okay. There's our weird cross thing. But once again, we will not have these other things. So now if we come over here and we do this, we create the backup, and we come into backups. This now should be just the date, which is what we wanted from before. Then we can do copy entry from our backup manager to our backup restore job. And then this will need to recreate the game path, right? Or recreate, what is it? Directory manager service dot instance dot recreate directory game path. The game path is the compose directory, which is, if I come into payloads, the compose directory is this name right here. So this recreates this directory, and then we copy the stuff from in here into the compose directory, I think. So let's see. Backup restore job. Now this does need to actually stop the server. So let's see how that goes, because I mean, maybe the container stopper shouldn't be an async job. That could be part of the problem. Everyone look away. I'm doing some questionable stuff. So we have a game at this point, right? We have a compose path. We can stop the service here by just doing this. But this might run async as well. I don't know. So let's just try this. Restore. Yes. Okay, so that does stop the server. Okay. Server's now stopped. I haven't refreshed. So let's start it. And then let's see what happens. If we come over to our payloads, we can at least get a spoiler, right? Forge Minecraft. This has everything in it again, which is good. My only complaint is we created a backup and I didn't change anything to verify if this is actually doing anything. But this will at least get us closer, and then I'll have something where I can come in and, you know, back up the server with my friends. Okay, so that's good. We didn't do the weird thing over here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to game mode creative. Give Deanot diamond 60, diamond block, I guess, 64. So this weird eyesore won't be here in a minute. The whole contraption will not be here, hopefully. So I'm going to come back to my backups, and I'm going to go, you know what, actually, I don't like that thing that was built. Okay. We'll wait a second for this to stop, because the status needs to update, and it only runs like once every 5 seconds, so that makes sense. And then we can click Start Server. That'll say this is running now. But it's not actually running because we have to check the logs, which we can do over here. We can just run this, and then we can see when this is done, which does take a minute, but that's fine. So we're waiting for it to say like generating spawn area or something right there. Once that's at 100, we can then refresh. Refresh. Local server is up. Okay, and our diamonds are gone. So we now have a way to do backups. That's pretty cool. That was very... there's definitely a lot of polish that needs to happen with this approach, but we at least have something now. And also, apparently someone's on the server. There we go. I'll call him Smelly. Okay. Let's see. So we have this. The job here is now just an inline command, which tells me... Okay, so this is, I guess, an interesting thing to think about. The services, this could actually have a container manager service, or a container service, I guess. Let's call it a container service. .rb. I'm going to copy this command runner just so we have this. It can be a singleton. We can have the initialize, but it's not going to have an execute. Instead, it's going to have a def start. It'll take in some argument for the start. It'll have a def stop. And maybe like a def restart. For the start, we're going to come over here. Or for the stop, we're going to come over here. It's going to do this. So what info does this need? This needs a game, is what it takes in. This will also take in a game. I would kind of rather reuse this. I don't want to, yeah, I think this is fine. I think this, no, we'll do it like this. At game equals game. This does not need to take in a game now. Neither does this. Okay, and then we can come over to here, first of all. This is now going to do the container service equals container service dot new, and then we'll do container service dot stop. Then we can copy this into our sidekick jobs, wherever they are. This will never not confuse me. Container stopper job. There it is. So we have the game here, but instead of doing this, we're going to do this. Right? So now instead of calling this command and doing this stuff, we can just kind of cheat and use our container service, which means we can also test this container service in the future, right? As well as testing the job, which gives us a bit more redundancy there to make sure stuff doesn't break, but it also gives us more tech debt because we're testing something in 2 places instead of 1. Which, again, your tests can also be their own type of tech debt there. But let's grab the container starter, which is going to do the same thing. We'll say container service is equal to new container service, and then we can call .start. We can come over to the container service, do the same thing. But the important part is this game here needs to have an @ symbol for each of these. Okay, so there's our up, there's our down, and I think somewhere in here we also have a restart. Def restart. So we'll come over to, I think there's a restart job, container restarter. Cut these because this one just calls restart on it. And then we'll do the same thing. Container service, and then we'll do restart. That seems fine. There we go. Okay, so now all of these run off of the same thing. Now the nice thing is if I come over here and I do a Rails test for test/sidekick, and I run this, everything starts to fail. So let's come into our container restarter job test first. Container restarter job test. Let's verify why this is going boom. So the container restarter job perform async runs. Let's run all of these just to see what's failing and where, which I'm assuming it's going to be both. Name error expected file to contain constant container service. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I forgot to rename the service. Okay, let's run this. Okay. Undefined local variable or method game, which means we forgot the and by we I mean me. I shouldn't say we if I'm the one making the silly mistakes. Okay, there we go. And now if we run this, our tests are now back to passing, and we've done that refactor, and we really don't have to think much further about it, which is nice. Okay, so we have this. This allows us now to stop the server here, and then if we want to, we can even start the server here, which we could, in theory, like, okay, for right now, I'm going to start it right here. But what we could do in theory is say, have a check mark or something for like a restore workflow. So you get down here and then you go, actually, I would like the game to restart itself once it's done because maybe it's a long operation. I don't want to deal with it. And then maybe we have another one that just says regenerate the compose file if you want to. But for now, I think I'll just come down here and I'll say container service dot start. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, let me come in here. I'm a little bit concerned. Oh, you know what? I bet some of the stuff gets regenerated by the container. So that's more stuff that we're gonna have to figure out, but we can just do this. Let's do this again. Make something unbelievably gaudy. Okay, like that. And now we come back over here to backups and we click restore. Boom. And now we don't do anything and we just see what happens. This should stop and then it should start and then we should just profit from it, I think. Hopefully, maybe a little bit. I don't know if that's true though. So let's see. I'm assuming the stop and the start happens pretty fast. Yeah, so it's already stopped it and it's already restarted it. Because the restore itself shouldn't take too long, right? We get down here and then let's come over here and let's do a Docker container again to check the logs. It says it's back up, so let's pop back in. There we go. I didn't have to stop the container or start it. That happens automatically. And we're back to our backup. Beautiful. So let me just pop in and say hello to Mr. Lifesaver guy. Would you believe me if I said I deleted everything? I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that, which is a true story. I did, well, yeah, okay, I didn't delete everything, but I thought I deleted everything. I changed where the volume was mounted and everything was gone. I was like, oh, they're not going to be happy that everything's gone. Okay, there we go. Let's come over here. Let's do a Rails test just to verify that things are working. Okay, we got a couple things that are broken. How many? We have one error, which is just the YAML manager one. So that's fine. Let's come over to the YAML manager. YAML manager service, line 31, right here. Compose directory data. No such file or directory at demo/payloads/mirrors edge/docker compose.yaml. Oh boy, and we have all of these still being generated each time. Isn't that exciting? Let's control that one, and then we can delete the rest of these. And there we go. And we can also just delete this one, I think. Then let's come over here to Forge with Friends and check this one. So code demo payloads, Forge with Friends data. This is fine. It's still trying to open that though. So I'm wondering if, man, this is going to be really annoying if I have to do this cleanup every single time this gets touched. I don't know how else to do it though. So let's, yeah, because we need to, anywhere where we're creating a game now that has a backup created, we need the backup directory to be cleaned up. That's really annoying. I need some kind of like, I need some way to run this in a more general way. I don't know. Is there like a mini test global teardown or something? Mini test provides after run method. Yeah, but I don't really like that. So I got to figure out a way to do this where anytime a game gets created, part of the game's life cycle is that it destroys the backups for the test. I can't obviously do that outside of the test because that wouldn't make much sense. Wait, this is backup, right? Oh yeah, we already checked, so that's good. But the YAML manager is still being weird. So let's try this again and let's see, first of all, how many backups it creates, because that sounds like it'll be funny. Yeah, so it just goes nuts. And then over here, something is happening in the terminal. I don't know what, but something went boom. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Okay. Segmentation fault. Active support broadcast logger. Huh. Okay. That's a very fascinating story you have there, game. Let's do this. Rails test. I would be very intimidated by you, Rails, if I could read, but unfortunately for you, I can't. Okay, so all of them pass now, which tells me that there's a problem because the backup probably conflicted some way, or the payload conflicted. So there's got to be some kind of like after run for each thing that creates a game. So we got to like Control Shift F for create game. And anywhere where this is happening, I have to come in and say, clean up, tear down backup directory or something, which is really annoying. Oh, yeah, I don't know. There's got to be a better way to do it. But for now, at least they're all passing. So let's do a ./test/coverage. Back here, come back to all files. I expect this to probably go down a bit. Also, I saw that segmentation fault again, which is cool. Okay, so let me do this. Very messy tests right now. Okay. Yeah, so we got a few here that are failing. I'd just like this to run once without you going boom so that I can at least get an idea of the number. Oh, yarn build CSS failed. Of course it did. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, this went down, and then if we come over here to our services, that container service is still considered tested because things are touching it so much, like all of the stuff that starts and stops stuff. And then if we come over to Sidekick, our backup restore isn't being tested, but our backup manager is, which is interesting. It's everything except for this file utils copy, because of how much all of this stuff gets touched, right? So this is also something I'm going to have to check. But for now, we can get status, get add dot, get commit -m. Wait, hold on. I need to come into the git ignore, and I think we need to do /backups. So that gets rid of this backup, but does it get rid of? It doesn't. So it doesn't get rid of this one. So now if I do git status, we have the app views backups as well. So let's do git add dot, git commit -m. Actually, let's do this git commit. And we're going to say add backups, but tests that create a game now create a backup. You know, I'm gonna hit no right now. I have an idea. While I was typing that commit message, I had an idea. Let's come into test and factories and games, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna say game with backup. Okay. You can keep the Docker image, that doesn't matter. And now we do this. And then we come over to the, well, I guess we come over to the terminal, we do a Rails test, we see what fails. Okay. Did anything fail? Oh, geez. Okay, so something's still going boom here. Okay, so we got a couple things being created, but that's fine. Those can be cleaned up. Let me stop this. And then let's come over to our controllers and our backups controller. Instead of doing a backup here, that's fine. We can leave that in the backups controller. Is there anywhere where we're doing a create game that was in a backup area? Game test, directory manager, container, image status. Okay, so these are all fine then. So that's why nothing went boom. But what's creating these folders then? Because something's still creating, it's got to be like this, right? So let's do this. Let's Rails test/controllers. See if this creates any backups. Backup. Any backups? Any backups in chat? No. Okay, so it's not that. So now let's try the services. Rails test slash services. Could also be the job test that's doing it. That would also make sense. Let's come over here. Still nothing. So yeah, let's try the jobs. Test sidekick. Nothing. Okay. So it's not that. Maybe models. Models. Oh, something hit a debug breakpoint. Stop this. So this is doing a teardown. That's good. Stop this. Run this again. Okay, something went boom here. PG unable to send insufficient data in T. Would you get it together? Null value in column record ID. Okay. Factories. So where is this? User test models user test. This is normally tested, right? Like we have model tests right here. What's happening? Okay, but then this once again does this weird Redis error, right? And then it just gets stuck. Now it's created all of these again. So what on earth is creating all of these? Something's got to be making these things. Game compose, maybe. Oh, that's the payload stuff. Okay, this is now just brokeded. So let's stop the server. And we can actually check what this is, right? So let's do psaux grep puma grep rails. Okay, so this is it right here. I'm assuming it's going to be this one because we see rails test. So let's copy this. -9, paste it in. And then we can check and ta-da, that's working. Okay, so let's do rails test again. I got to figure out what's doing this because this isn't going to be an on-stream thing where I figure out what's breaking it, but something's breaking it. And pretty consistently too. Okay, that one is fine. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things generating these. And I don't really see what's generating them. So let's come over here. Delete this, delete. Let's come over here to, okay, we've done controllers, factories. We can check models for backup test. This doesn't have a teardown. So let's try this. Yeah, because these are all creating a backup. So if I run one of these, I expect to see a backup folder maybe. Oh, that doesn't create it. Really? Creates a name with a game. It doesn't do that. But in our, oh, because it, no, it has a game attached, right? If I come over to game or backup.rb, right? Create backup happens after save. Backup manager job. Oh, returns unless it has a game. So maybe this doesn't have a game. I was sure that was going to be the one that made those folders appear. Nope. Okay, so maybe not. Test. Sidekick. Let's run the... do the backup manager job. This doesn't have any tests in it. Neither does this one. So we have the restarter, the stopper. None of those are going to be the problem. Then we have the services. This could be it. Yeah, this might be it. So was this under? This is under system, but that's not going to be covered here, right? Okay. Let's try the services. I don't know. Rails test app, or sorry, test slash. I just have to go down the list. Okay. Where did that run into a breakpoint? Oh, okay. VS Code just decided there was a breakpoint, but then there wasn't one. Interesting. And did that create anything? It did not. Okay, so next up on our list. Controllers, we have factories. We can't really do that. So let's come down to helpers. Nothing in there. Integration, nothing in there. Mailers, nothing. Models. We've already tried these, but we've already tried all of these, so I really don't know at this point. Test the models. Scroll up. Nothing here. This might be where things are going boom, though. So that's good to know. We have policies. Okay, let's try that. Rails test slash policies. Nothing. Okay. Services. It's like a phantom thing running around here. What's generating this? It's not the services. Rails test slash sidekick. Okay. Rails test system. I don't think, oops. Test slash system. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because I haven't even touched these yet. Temp? There's nothing in temp. And then there's just worker. Rails test workers. Test slash workers. Okay. Unless I'm losing my mind, which is entirely possible, I'm pretty sure we just tested every single one of these folders and nothing was generating anything except for maybe connection in channels. So where are these things being made from? It's like it's 12 things, so it's got to be. Okay, it's like right around here where things start getting made. So is it the YAML? Is it the YAML manager? This creates a game. It creates a game with an image though, which shouldn't be kicking off the backups. Yeah, because that's just a Docker image. We stub development. Create a game. I mean, it can't be any of these now, right? Is there backup? Is there like a create backup that's happening somewhere? Only in the backups controller test and in the backup test. And then the game with a backup is only happening in here. So it's got to be somewhere where a game is being created, but I really have no idea. All right, whatever. We're gonna we're going to do this. We're going to do a git status real quick. I think I've changed is this, which I do agree with keeping that. And then we'll do a git commit. I'm just going to leave like a note to myself. Added backups. Note to self. Backups are being created when all tests are run simultaneously. So there's some kind of leaky test somewhere. Good luck. Lol. Okay, something like that. Yeah, backup squared. That's what it feels like. It's just, it's so weird that it's only happening when all the tests run together. So I'm assuming maybe one of them is like changing which environment, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's only 10 this time. There's 12 last time, right? So maybe when one of them mocks the development environment or something, it causes something else to like pick up on it. I don't know. But like the game here is no longer creating this. I can't, because there's the only other place this could be happening in is like, okay, what if we do this? What if we come in here to the backups controller test, which has a fair amount of stuff in it? I do this. Rails test. Okay, so this time it only created 3 with this controller commented out. That's really weird. So something in here is causing this to happen. But it's causing it to happen in a way where it can't remove these backups. You know what? What if we do this? Backup.rb. Let's do the same thing we did in the other one. We're going to come up here and we're going to say def parent directory. In here, we'll do what we did in game.rb with the parent directory. Like this, but it needs to be backups instead of payloads. And then in here, instead of doing this or this, we can just say parent directory. Okay, now all of that's running off of this one method. We can grab this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come into our backups controller test. Scroll up to the top and then do this. Like this. Let me verify that this works. I better not see a single one of you make a folder over here, I swear. I'm a donkey on the edge. All right, let's do another Rails test. Oh. Find method parent directory for nil class. But it was fine when I did at backup. Hold on. Okay. There's no world where it's upset by this. Why does this cause an error? What? How many errors did this cause? It's caused 10. Okay, hold on. What if I come into the Sidekick jobs? App, Sidekick, container starter. copy all these. Backup, restore. Okay. That could also be it. So let me try this now. That was not it. So there's 10 errors. So all 10, okay, this is interesting. All 10 of the things that previously would have generated a backups folder are now just throwing an error instead. Because now this parent directory doesn't exist. Before, it's not that it didn't exist, it's just that it didn't want to clean it up. Okay. What if we do this? At parent directory equals at backup dot parent directory. I don't really like doing it this way, but maybe this will stop it in the event that this gets deleted. It didn't. Still 10 errors and no backups directory. So this is definitely the thing that's breaking everything. No implicit conversion of nil into string. Okay. Interesting. So that probably tells me there's an issue with my logic here. Hey, come here. How's it going? Rails root join. What if we do this? Just came back with my dogs. Oh, you're back just in time. About to break out the Kamal deploy. I'm kidding. I'm not doing that, but I could. Okay, there we go. So this is now consistently passing. So I think the issue was it's because it's trying to check for like test. Maybe that's what the problem could be. So now we're also checking for test here, which isn't great. This needs to be fixed, but it at least stops this from generating 100 different backup folders. First Kamal, then tests. What's next? Yeah, I mean, kind of. I got a vanilla server up and running if you want to join that. That's kind of like drugs, right? I just get on occasionally to call him smelly. Okay, so this is now good. Git status, git add dot git commit dash m found the leaky test. Let's push this up real quick. /test and then coverage. Give it a second, refresh, and now we don't have all of these things yelling at us. Still need to test restore and the backups, and also like, you know, make sure the rest of this is actually tested, not just pretend tested like it currently is. But that works. Alrighty. Feels productive. So now okay, he just logged off. So here's what I'm going to do. SSH in to the server. CD into payloads, which has this on it as of the 18th. Okay, CD out of here. CD into backups. Hopefully this will be easier to manage in a bit. Okay, CD out of here. What I want to do is I want to move backups to backups.old. Make dir backups. Move backups.old into backups. CD backups. Okay. Let's move backups.old into original, or let's say backup 316, I think is when I made this. Okay. So that gives us that. Now I'm going to come out of here and I'm going to do cp-r backups into super backups. And I'm doing this in case this blows up the backups directory so that I have a second one. So I can definitely restore this if I manage to break everything. Okay. So now we're going to okay. Let me think about this because the last time I did this, I made some questionable mistakes. I think we're good though. I think we can do this and then everything, it's not going to work out of the box because we have to run our migrations. But then once we run our migrations, we should be able to do some backups here. But this is going to take a minute because this is pushing up quite a few changes. And in the meantime, I can actually talk about what we're doing on Wednesday. I've mentioned it a couple times the stream, but hopefully people are excited. This Wednesday, I'm going to be working or pair programming with Jose. We're doing a feature for the Hotwire combo box gem. So we're gonna hop on a call together. I think I said what time? -4 GMT. So GMT -4 Eastern, 5 p.m. Same time as usual. But we're going to be doing a feature for the Hotwire combo box gem. So if you want to stop by, you have questions on like open source contribution, gem creation, anything Rails related. He works at 37 Signals. Obviously, what he says on stream isn't, it's not coming from the company itself. But if there's someone you want to ask for their opinions on how to structure things or how to like do, contributions, he's probably one of the better people to ask. At the very least, he's more qualified to answer your questions than I am. So that should be fun. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. And then hopefully we can do more from there. And then also, if you haven't heard, we can come over to here somewhere. The Rails guides are actually getting that search feature that I've been shouting about. So that's pretty cool. Well, it's on the wish list. I shouldn't say it's getting it, but it's on the wish list. And yeah, current look seems a bit more modern. It has like a scroll bar for the like chapter selection, which is nice. It's some very, very needed quality of life improvements and just general UX design. Still not a fan of the drop-down menu, but I get it. People like it, I guess, and they want to keep it. But yeah, now you got this type of drop-down menu. And when they get over to the page itself, you can hopefully see that it has the scrolly bar in the new version of the chapters, which is cool. Let's see. Are they going to get there? Maybe. So yeah, you can see you can scroll here, and also it's sticky, which is nice. You don't have to scroll up to the top every time you want to do something. So overall, it feels like it's a little bit newer compared to what we're used to, which is really cool. And this is now not working. Install packages needed for deployment. Uh-huh. Dude, it's like clockwork. Okay, let's delete this one. I bet this is because I did the dev container demo earlier, and now all this stuff's in there. Images. I don't really need any of these. Let's get rid of all of them. And then builds. Don't need these. While deploy. There we go. All right. That'll push that up, thankfully, and then we should be good to go there. Is this really still running? Didn't I just blow away all these containers? Huh. Interesting. Because I didn't do that as hard as I thought it did. So yeah, we have all this, and then the other thing we have at some point that I can show off is a working Discord bot. So let me actually pull that up real quick so you can see how that one works, maybe. Come over here. Okay, so this is a Discord channel I have, which is where we do all of our testing. As you can see, very, very educational stuff. Let me Control+ it once so you can actually read stuff. And then if I come over to a new tab, we can check the code Python somewhere into here. I can just run Python main.py. Or is it Python 3? I can never remember what's installed here out of the box. There we go. Okay, so that causes the lecture hall dadtuber bot to come online. And then we can just do, I forget what the commands are already, but we can do, what is it? We have Archon, which lets us do some commands on the server. So if I come over here, this is going to the production server, so I do have to be careful what I run, but like right now you can see it's probably nighttime. So if I come over here and I do Archon time set day, you can see that fires it off on the production server straight from Discord. We also have like, what is it? Exclamation mark server something. This is using the exclamation version, not the slash commands, mostly because I'm teaching my friend how to build this. And I thought moving over to the class-based implementation that I have for the slash commands would have been a little bit too much. So I do apologize for that. I think I can do like, what is it? Server something. Archon, it's going to be up here where we had a server list somewhere. Oh, exclamation mark games is the command. So if I run this, it comes back with 2 games that are here. So this is vanilla with the boys, and then we got this one. It's basic vanilla. Let me get you the IP address. SSH, this one. There you go. And then it's just vanilla 1.20.4. Yeah. I don't know. I guess whoever sees this, try not to be too griefy. I think people are emotionally attached to their little, I guess their whole, I don't know what else to call it. But yeah, it's been up for a few days. I would say be careful building anything. Don't get too attached to it in case I blow it up when I run one of these commands. But if you're interested, there is a vanilla server that's running on this exact thing that we've been building. So I guess it's a fun proof of concept, right? So no big farms. I mean, you can do whatever you want to. I'm just saying, like, if the whole world disappears tomorrow, make sure you're not too sad if that happens. That's why today's feature was literally a way to back up our server, just in case I do that, which is what I'm deploying right now. My concern is between now and when we have the backup, there's room for me to make a mistake. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But it's going to have like a button here where I can click backup. It'll make the backup. And then at that point, we should reasonably be safe from me causing a catastrophic failure. But I'm sure I could still find a way to make everything a giant mess. Yeah, that's why we've kind of just stuck to like our little hovel here with like our little breeder and farm and stuff. This is also incredibly laggy because of all the stuff that I'm running. Not a gaming stream right now. That might have to be a different stream where that happens. Let me see how much FPS am I getting? I am getting, well, it says 74, but I'm like clearly getting some stuttering here where it drops down to like 16 whenever I turn. Video settings. Oh, maybe I gotta switch this to fast if I'm streaming. No, it's still jittery. Yeah, I don't know. Something's off there. But hopefully this deploys soon, and then we can actually test this. I think I'm going to get rid of this one. So yeah, right now the Discord bot, the commands are basically Archon commands and a game command, and that's all running with a authenticated token that you can get from your from your account information. So yeah, that's pretty cool too, using the secure tokens for that. I'm going to delete this one though, because we don't need this one. I think I'm safe to delete that without touching this one, and everything else should be fine. Okay. And this is our totally OSHA compliant intern training facility. Are you planning to make a SaaS with this? I might be considering it. It's definitely getting to the point where it seems more and more viable each time I work on it. But there's a lot between here and SaaS functionality, I think. Even with the backup, I probably wouldn't feel safe until I had this backed up to another server, just in case I ever wipe the entire server. So that's still something I have to figure out. Where do I invest? I mean, you're investing just by hanging out here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still like looking into all of it. That's why I had my friend help me with the Discord bot. I've been teaching him how to program in like our free time, which, as you can imagine, for two adults to find free time, that's kind of hard. But I am very impressed with the amount of work he's managed to get done and how much he's learned. Of course, like a lot of this is me setting up like the API endpoint so he can communicate with it, and then like helping him write this. But like it's been 4 months now, 5 months, and we took like a 2 or 3 month break. So it's pretty much just like me walking him through a couple, I'd say probably like 10 or 20 videos and some other stuff. And then, helping him out here a bit. Oh, hey, you're on. Weather clear. I don't need more lag right now. But to get something like this up and running, and to at least understand what it's doing to some extent, is very impressive for someone who started just a couple months ago. So that's I have to close my stream. The Wi-Fi is dying. Yeah. Again, Minecraft, very intensive game. Weirdly enough. Okay, so now it's doing the bundle stuff. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, I was talking to him. We might do a stream or two coming up soon here where we do like the learning on stream so people can sort of see what that's like. I try to keep most of that stuff private just because I feel weird showing people someone learning. But I think everyone's pretty chill about that. Like, you're not going to sit here and make fun of them. So I think it's probably a good place to be, and it'll probably be productive for everyone involved. So we'll see about that. But unfortunately, when I do like the teaching stream, it's going to be probably a bit more organized than I normally am when I teach them. Because like the way I normally teach them is I just kind of sit down and I go, what do you want to do today? And then we think of something to do, and then I just kind of hand wave a lot of it. If I'm teaching, you're probably going to want me to like, come with a collective thought and a desire to, use my brain cells, as opposed to what it normally is, which is me going, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what I'm doing here. Hello. All right. So yeah, again, this is the whole Kamal thing where it just takes ages to build if you're doing like a fresh deploy, which I had to do because I think my build container was a little bit messed up. Okay. So yeah, when we get this up there, what I have to do is I have to run the have to run the migration. And then once I run the migration, I need to create the backup probably before I stop, if I had to guess. Maybe. Don't know. Because last time when I tried this, what happened was the volume changed locations. And when the volume... I thought the cat was breaking in again. When the volume changed locations, I thought everything was broken. But I think I've tried this a couple times now, and it seems like even when I switch versions, it stays with the same world. So I think I've fixed any risk of it being deleted. But I'd like to just confirm and treat this like an experimental thing where hopefully we can have stuff working. At least have some sort of like persistence so that people don't lose all of their hard-earned work. But this is going slow today. This is wild. Docker container ls. Fantastic. So this is all fine, right? Let me move this over here again. I'm not a good person. Okay. All right, so that's good. The other thing that I want to do at some point is I would like to set up continuous integration so that when I push up, it runs the tests. That feels like a good next step at some point. So that's also something that I'm going to have to deal with. So let's just do that real quick. Let's say set up. Don't manually run tests. 5 head. Very professional issues, I'm sure. I'm going to be looking back at this in a bit and go, yeah, probably should have done something a bit more professional, but that's okay. That's why we keep the repos to ourselves and we don't send these to the future employers. Okay. I mean, how long can it take to install some gems? Really? It's got to be getting close. Hopefully. It is interesting though, because I was talking to my friend the other day, how much this game has changed from even a couple of years ago. It feels like most of the things that you had from like the modded community is now in the base game in like one way or another. But just a little bit more scuffed than the modded version. Okay. Yeah, I think we're just building somewhere around here. Yeah, I'm hoping that once I get the backups up and running, then I can get more people on the server. And then we can, I don't know, do some kind of community server with this. Because that'll be a fun way to test out the theory behind the application. So deploy to bare metal, see how that works. And then maybe when we work on like the parent service, there will be a way to deploy an existing world. That would be cool. That's, you know what? That's going in the issue tracker. Create a way to deploy an existing world. I think that would be a cool feature. So that if you like, let's say you download your world from some other service, you cancel your service there, and then you come over here and you go, please let me deploy my thingamajigger. We can then take your thingy and we can deploy it to whatever your new server is. And we can take your world and put it on there so you don't have to set all of that up either. That would be cool. Just gotta make sure everything works before we get to that point. But right now, just like a kid in a candy store whenever I use this thing, because I come over here and I'm like, I use this like so little of it, I guess, because it just kind of works when you run it, which is the weird part. You know, you sit here and you're building it and you really don't have faith in the tools when you're building them. But then I like check, and I'm checking, you know, every couple hours, and then it's still up, it's still running, and if it goes down, it comes back up again, and I'm like, how did I do that? How did I make that just work like that? I wish I could say the same for Kamal when it does these super lengthy deploys, but apparently not. Let me pop out of here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's come over here. I think it's got to be close. Like I think there's only 40 steps that it normally goes through. So I'm hoping that this gets done soon, because then we can start prepping for the cool stuff. All right, so now it's writing the assets. At this point, there's just some basic commands to run. There's no more installing. You're literally just creating a user. How hard can it be? Let me come down here, actually. Yeah, we're here. There's really no reason for this to be taking any amount of time at this point. All right, it's exporting the image. Okay. Let me see. Now my question is, can I do the backup without stopping the server? Because I think in the current implementation, it will do the backup without stopping it. It's the restoring from the backup that causes it to stop. So I can check by SSHing into the server, and I can just check the /backups directory. And if that gets the data added to it, then I know we're good. But for that to happen, I need this to not move at a snail's pace. So let me take this back up, because I kind of miss our music. Got our spicy little elevator here. Yeah, look at that. I'm a gamer. Hey, Chugging Coffee, how's it going? We're in the process of deploying the Kamal image that we just built, which should allow us to do backups of the server. We got the code base tested. We have code coverage. I say we have it tested. We have like 60% of it tested. It's close enough though. Yeah, and then we're deploying this change, which will let us do an on-server backup. It's not like the safest thing in the world. If you nuke the server's still, everything's still gone. But it should at least give some redundancy to protect the world saves for the games, I'm hoping. All good here. Literally no more work. Moving to Portugal in 4 weeks. No chance of being hired in the future because our market sucks. Oh, boy. Yeah. Unfortunately, a very common story right now. Pretty much across the board. If you do an active storage backup to DigitalOcean spaces. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I was talking to one of my friends who does stuff for banks, and that's what he suggested, was doing like if you offer it as a SaaS, you do a like on server backup like this one, and then you also offer optional like safer backups that you can sort of guarantee by doing the active storage stuff. which would make sense to do it that way. That would ultimately, I think, be the way to do it, would be to active storage to DigitalOcean, just because that's what I know. I quit because my wife is in Portugal, literally permanently moving. We'll see how that decision plays out in a year. For now, super happy. Yeah, unfortunately, my family's also been in that boat where it feels like you're just permanently moving. It's definitely one way to live your life. It does get exhausting, but in the same vein, it is often a necessity, unfortunately. That said, there's something cathartic about that trip from one place to the other, where you're going to your new home or driving to wherever it is, if it's across the world, across the country, whatever. In the case of the US, sometimes it does feel like it's across the world because it's like a 3-day trip, even if you're going all day. But there's just something about the atmosphere on those trips that I always liked. You're so like full of hope, so full of naive hope on your way there. And you get there and you go, oh, I don't got a guy for everything anymore. At least no more $7 US coffee. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, could do without those. That's for sure. Render distance is fixed. Yes. I think in vanilla it's based on server settings, which is kind of cringe, but what can you do? But that'll be fun, especially if your wife's already in Portugal. Then you don't have to worry about knowing a guy because you know her and she'll know the guys. And then you still got a guy for everything. Mine is $9. Jeez. Yeah. Basically, we all need to quit caffeine is what I'm learning here. Okay. Can this please finish? The other interesting test here. Oh, okay. That looks like it updated somehow. The other interesting test here is the server itself stays up while you're doing this, which is also pretty cool. Okay, so that's all finished. What happened? Let me empty cache and reload. What happened? Caffeine in, code out, yeah. Is the server okay? It just broke everything. That's not what it looks like locally, right? There's no way. I'm going to be so upset. No, this seems fine. So what broke between here and here? I love Kamal. It just works. It just works, they say. Okay. Slash. Okay, well, I can't do anything like this. Give me a break. Okay. We'll leave all the sugar coffees for you. Austin the King, chatter of YouTube, payer of coffees, hello cross-platform. Oh, jeez. Okay, let me move somewhere where it's safe. This is so laggy. This is crazy. Yeah, there we go. You can just sit like this, maybe like that. There we go. Oh, I've never seen it fail to process any of the CSS before like this. And I don't think I changed anything really on the front end, right? 404 not found for application CSS. Next update, Kamal should just be called action deploy. I'll just figured out your Rails. Yeah. Well, that's what I was telling DHH, or what I would like to see is just Kamal deploy and it just, or Rails deploy off the start instead of Rails new. It just does everything for you from the Rails new command until your blog is on a server somewhere facing the internet. What was the joke? Like provision it with your credit card through the Rails new command. So you run Rails new, it provisions a server for you, like DigitalOcean or something. It just all works out of the box. WordPress could never. It's like 20 years later and we're still trying to throw hands with WordPress. I mean, this is definitely going faster than the last one, but this is still so slow for some reason. Is there maybe maybe the containers or the servers having problems? I don't think it is though. Let me check the Contabo dashboard. Maybe they're like, oh yeah, it's having it. But like, again, the Minecraft server would be having problems, right? Which I can check. I can SSH in and I can Docker container logs -f. I think it's called vanilla something, right? Yeah. Let me do this. Server overloaded. Server's running 2000 ms behind. Okay. Let's see. Let's log in and see what's broken. Oh, and one password is... Okay, there we go. Can I autofill? I can. Log in. So that's exporting the image. Let me come over to the VPS control. Default user, and the status is running. Oh, a maintenance for the host system. Oh, here we go. We have a maintenance thing. A maintenance for the host system of this VPS will be performed March 19th. Our technicians will do everything in their power to keep the maintenance as short as possible. The expected off time is to last no longer than 45 minutes. Okay. Gotcha. So that is something to keep an eye out, I guess. I never considered that they would just take the machine off, but again, like for how little I'm paying, I can't really complain, can I? Okay, let me come over to /games. I really don't know what to do here. You have a new home? Well, that's good to hear. Why is the server on easy? It's whatever the vanilla Docker file does by default. Is that what the difficulty is? Oh, it is. Okay. Let me check what it's set to. Lib assets, Docker templates, vanilla compose. It's not set to anything. So I should probably do like difficulty normal by default, I guess. Makes sense. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, that works. Yeah, I have a reputation with some of my friends for always making the servers too hard, but I think that making it easy was a bit of an oversight on my part. That might have been an overcorrection. I didn't realize. I thought it would default to normal because that just makes sense, but what are you gonna do? There we go. Okay, we're back to something that looks usable. Alrighty. Beautiful. So let's wait for this to finish. Okay. Refresh, manage, backups. Okay. Here we go. Let's check. I'm going to stop this and cd2/ll, cd2 backups, ll. There's a 316 backup in here, and then we still have our super backups, right? So let me try this. Manage backups. We have to create this. So let's come back, refresh. We have to do Kamal app exec Rails DB : migrate. Good luck. Okay. There we go. And then we can come over here to backups, new backup. And we'll say this is, I don't know, stream backup. Vanilla with the boys is the one we want to back up. And then we can create. Let's come over here. Okay, so that didn't create it here. Where would it get put? Kamal app logs. Okay, and let's scroll up here and see. Okay, Kamal app logs, status checker, creating directory, /backup /vanilla with the boys, /stream backup. Oh, I bet it's in the Rails app because I didn't adjust the volumes here. Okay. I think I know what the problem is. So if I come in here, I can do a Kamal app exec Rails C, and then I can probably system dir / like this, and this will go to the root of the Rails container, which doesn't have backups in it. It has payloads in it. It doesn't have backups in it. It has games in it. But this should be where the backups are. Not there. Okay. Not there. Where is it putting the backups? Okay. We can, let's cd into /var lib docker volumes. Okay. So let's come into config. Let's close all this. Let's come into config. Deploy.yaml. Then in here we have the payloads volume. We also want a backups. No, wait, we don't want that. We want to come down here, I think, for, that root dir. Yeah, so the root dir has backups in it, but when I cd into that, this is the backup I made manually. So I don't know where it put this one. Let me see. Okay, Kamal app logs. No, Kamal app. Oh yeah, and feel free to backseat. If you see something, please just let me know, because I will sit here and I will miss something super obvious without even realizing it. That's like my whole brand. Okay, Kamal app exec in Rails C. Then we'll do backup equals backup.last. Backup dot, what is it? Normalized. I have to check. We have to come over to backup.rb. We want the normalized path with date. Okay. So this should be going to /backup /vanilla /whatever. So if I do system dir / does this have backups in it? Doesn't. What is happening? Oh, he's collecting his little wheat. Okay. /Rails? No. I really have no idea. Okay, so this would be going to /backups there. So what if I try this? We have a backup manager job, right? Okay. After save, create backup. So what if I do backup dot name equals, or wait, backup dot name, right? Let's do this. Backup dot name. Name is now stream backup 2. Yeah, it's not getting here for some reason. The payloads update fine. This one, it just can't touch. So I got to figure that out. This is going to just payloads. Okay, so let's just copy what we're doing for payloads. And let's do the same thing for backups, because that's pretty much what this is. So we'll say this is also coming up here. Backups. Like that. And then we'll come down here and we'll do that and that, right? Okay. Kamal deploy, Control L, enter. I'm gonna go ahead and just destroy this one. There's really no point in keeping this one around. Okay. And maybe I can figure out, while that's running, why this is having such a hard time. It's set to fast. It's not super performant. It's just gotta be choking for some reason. Let me do this. I'm sure my computer will love it if I do this while I'm streaming. Performance. Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing here that is being taxed in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know where this bottleneck is coming from when I turn. But that is so annoying. It's got to be because it's streaming something to me, but I don't know what it is. Okay. So yeah, that's working. Let me come over here. Let me Control Shift T, CD/code. Oops. Whoa, that was weird. I don't know what I just did. CD/code. What's happening? Oh, because it switched the name, maybe? Control Shift T. That was weird. Okay. CD/code Minecraft demo. In here, bin/dev. Over here, make sure we don't have a container running. We do. Let's go ahead and let's get rid of that. Over here to localhost port 3000/games. This one's apparently running, but we're stopping that now. Okay, I want to show this one, destroy this one. That works. And then let's show this one, destroy this one as well. Do new game. Say testy Casey. Just something ridiculous like that. Click submit. Click build from payload. Yep. For confirm, that's nice. I just want to verify that this sets the difficulty correctly. Because I don't know if that environment variable that we fired up there is an actual thing. I kind of just made that up with the difficulty in the Docker file, so we'll see if that causes it to work right. I think this should work just because it's what we did for the payloads, I'm hoping. And then if this works, then the backup should move the file there. Okay, let me come over to here again. Preparing spawn area. Okay, 25%. So this should almost be done here. Whoa, that's a lot of exceptions. How are there this many exceptions? For starting up a server. It's just an environment variable. There's no way this broke something, right? Let's go back. Click here. What happened? Scroll to bottom. What did I do? Okay, wait, this is Docker compose.yaml. I thought I set it to vanilla. Maybe not. Okay, let me delete this. Delete, remove. Stop the server. Delete this game. New game. Test 3. I don't know. Vanilla. Submit. Build from payload. Yes, I'm sure. That was weird. Why did it go boom like that? This is still exporting. Of course it is. Okay. We can, I guess, watch this. Setting mode. Doesn't really say anything about difficulty. It updated 9 properties in data/server.properties. I'm willing to bet those are probably some of the things being set with the environment variables. Okay, it's done pushing the image, thankfully. Spawn area is being prepared. Please don't throw a bunch of Java exceptions. Nobody wants to see those. I don't want to see them. You don't want to see them. Not even Java developers want to see that spaghetti code appear in a log file. Okay, let's come over here. Okay, so we can connect to this, and this seems fine. If I do a /difficulty, okay, it's set to normal, so that was correct. This is now finishing up with its Docker stuff, which is good. And then we can hopefully pop into the actual server. I really should. Can I set like the message of the day? Minecraft set message of the day. Is that a thing I can do from a command, or do I have to come into the config files? Okay. We could probably do that. We could probably do that through the Docker file is my guess, but I don't feel like doing that right now, so that's fine. Okay, that's good. That just finished. Please have the CSS still. Okay, come over here. LL. I'm at the root. I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna come over to manage. New backup. Test backup on stream. Something like that. Vanilla with the boys is the only server I have. Create backup. CD into backups. Still nothing. Docker container. I can't even check the logs here because I don't know what the name is. Kamal app logs. Insert into backups. This. Redirected to backup/2. It's not even trying here, so I don't think that's the problem. App sidekick backup manager. Okay, let's do this. Kamal app exec. That I also need to go hide inside before I get attacked. Priorities. Okay, there we go. So we have the Kamal app exec. I want to do a backup manager job dot perform async. Oh wait, I have to grab the backup, right? Backup equals backup dot first or dot last, I guess. Backup. Backup. I'm back. Backup manager job dot perform async with backup dot ID. Might be a stupid question because I haven't seen the whole flow, but previously while creating a backup, it referenced Redis, blah, blah. It's happening in a background job. Are we sure the background job worker is running? If the game status is updating, which it should hopefully be, Redis should be working. If I do, we can test it. If I do a game equals game.first, game.name, let me just make sure. If I do game.status equals stopped, game.save. This should change to stopped. And then Redis should see that it's actually running when it does its next status checker, and that works. Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So that isn't happening. Or that's not stopping it from running. But what's weird is the backup itself, when I run the job, it doesn't look like anything is happening there. So if I come over to the backup, it creates the backup on or after save. Parent directory is this. System dir /. Okay, hold on. That has backups in it now. dir /backups. Vanilla with the boys. Test backup on stream, which is this one. So this is in the Rails app. It's not at the root of the server. So if this is actually mounted to backups here, if that were the case, we would see it in here. But we don't. Right? Okay. So it's in the Rails app, but it's not here. So maybe it's in cd var lib docker volumes. Backups. Okay, so this is mounted to var lib backups, not normal backups. So how do I get it? Oh, wait, I see. This is the problem. God, I hate myself. This is for Sidekick. So Sidekick has access to the volume, but the Rails app doesn't have it mounted. Okay. I just like, can I just go cry in a corner now? All right, wait, hold on. Redeploy, deploy the app without bootstrapping servers, doing traffic or pruning. I kind of needed to do that stuff though, right? Wait, hold on. Kamal, redeploy without starting redeploy and doing, okay. This seems fine. So let me do Kamal redeploy. That should still do the volume stuff, right? It's really the only part of this I care about. Okay. I am going to come over here real quick. Maybe not. I was going to say I'm going to come over here and I'm going to restart the game. Okay, but here's my question. Maybe this is a dumb question. If it's moving the files there. Oh, the manager doesn't restart the game. That's true. Okay, so I just answered my own question. Okay. So it's clearly doing the backup. We now have this backup inside of our Docker container. CD backups, right? In here, this should have everything. And then inside of our dated folder. Oh, wait. This only has the docker compose.yaml file in it. Wait, let's come back over here. Let's make sure that's a problem there and not just a problem in general. We have test 3. This is running our server, right? We can connect to this. We can manage backups, new test 3 backup, create backup. Let's come over here. Let's make sure if I come into the backups, we have the test 3 backup. Okay, so this has everything. So this is doing what it needs to. This one's being weird. Okay. Let me just CD back to the root real quick. Alrighty. We're getting close. I just want to protect the application, man. I'm not asking for much. I want to protect it from my own incompetence with data integrity. I'm the guy that blows away the machine to make sure you can like set it up from scratch again. I'm not the guy that makes sure the stuff is still on your machine. He goes to a different school. also need to wrap like the whole inner application in a thing that just puts some type of padding here, because this is a little bit annoying. Let's do this. Boom. Dashboard. Oops. I mean, edit account. Choose file. Where is it? It's over here, right? Or did I put it here? Maybe it's in here. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that, and then... Yeah, there we go. That looks better. All right. Where did the console go? Why are there no commands? We definitely saw commands, right? I haven't checked the logic for the commands controller in forever. It just says last 5, so there's no last 5 commands. Time set day. Oh, this is localhost. Okay, never mind. Edit account. I want to do this over here. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Password. Like this. At example.com, please. Being trolled right now. There we go. Okay, so that's for the actual thing. All right, push up there. Let's get this party going. I mean, really, honestly. Failed to push. Bad request. Oh, this happened to me last time. What do I have to do? It's like a Docker login or something, right? All right. This is running. I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. You guys keep an eye on this and make sure that it's actually doing what it needs to. Actually, I'll leave it like this so you can watch Minecraft stuff. That might be better. Should only be like a minute or two, but give you something to look at. You can look out at the ocean. I'll be right back. Do this. All right, there we go. We're so back. Hopefully this one works. Wonder how it'll work when the volume gets updated. I guess it'll redeploy and maybe the backup won't be there anymore? Interesting. I'm gonna have to do like a Kamal system dir to figure it out. Okay. Oh, the other thing. I don't know if anyone knows how to do this, because this is something I've been thinking about. I need a way to... I need the Deanout.com domain name to get set up through Kamal, I guess. Or maybe somehow through Cloudflare so that you can actually connect with the domain name. Because right now, if I come out here, this one's actually just using the IP address, which isn't great. You know, you can always share this, but I'd like it if when the user, whoever ends up using the application, when they put like the domain name in that sets it up for here, because it's gonna have to not go through Cloudflare. I'm gonna have to set up the whatever DHH was talking about, the turbo nitro SSL domain creator tool. I'm gonna have to set that up for Kamal so that you don't need to go to Cloudflare, and then everything should just work out of Kamal. But then I need to figure out how to like do either something like deanout.com or like mc.deanout.com, and then have this vary based on the game, maybe? So I don't know if there's a way to like update the record on the machine based on the game. Rockout.deanout.in. Yeah, this is perfect right here. I need something like this. That was a risky click. Risky click of the day right there. Let's do this. 232, something like that. Apartment gem for subdomain. Apartment gem. That would be an interesting idea. Because it'd be nice if you could just grab like the information from a combination of the root IP address that we're using here and something from one of the Docker files or the compose files or something. So like in our lib, I guess a better thing to look at would be like our payloads. We come into like the test3 payload, which has the Docker compose file. And then we say, okay, this needs to have its own domain name, right? So then in here, we take the container name and we make this the subdomain or something for the main domain that we set up somewhere else. Be nice to have something like that, because then you could just say the domain for this container while it's running for this video is this container name dot that. But I guess we can get the container name from the game, right? Because the container name is just the normalized game name. Chris has a good tutorial on it? Okay, then maybe I'll go look at that then. Well, there is a link to a tutorial somewhere in here. Yeah, it was Go Rails, of course. So yeah, it'd be nice to set something like that up. Okay, so yeah, I think this is what I'm looking for then. Do you know if this plays well with Cloudflare? If you're doing the SSL certs through Cloudflare, does it cover that? I mean, I guess there's one way to find out, which is for me to go test it, but yeah, this will be something that I gotta mess around with, because that's one thing that's been bothering me, is having to tell people go to the IP address instead of just going, go to like deanout.com in the server. And because these are going to vary based on like a whole bunch of factors, that's something to consider. Okay, so that's good now. So now I want to, first of all, do a Kamal app exec, and I just want to do a system dir / backups, which has vanilla with the boys in it. Okay. which has test backup on stream, which has the date, which I don't feel like typing. Like that, which has just the Docker compose in it. But then if I come over here and I do ll/backups, that just has that in it. Okay. So let's come over here. Let's connect to the server just to make sure everything's still here, which it is. Let's go over to our backups. Let's show this backup and destroy this backup and then do a new one. And we'll say this is volume 1, because this is the first one with a mounted volume where we know it's mounted because we've set up Kamal to have this mounted. Just checking backups, and backups. Everything here is pointing to this being set up correctly. So we'll see. Let's click. Let me do Kamal app logs. Let me just preload this so we can test this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, rendered backups. It does this. Okay. Active storage, that's not what we're looking for. There's really no logging here, which is on me because I don't think I set up any logs. So let me come up here. Yeah, it's still not going here. So something about this isn't going to the root. It's got to be because this is slash. Oh, I bet that's what it is. Okay, so I am putting these into the. Okay, hold on. Let me come into cd var lib docker volumes backups underscore data, right? And then in here, there's vanilla with the boys, right? Which was created 2142, which is this backup. YouTube is showing me that this comment has 10K. This video has 10K plus comments. I was waiting when I saw YouTube mix. Yeah, that would be a bit much. If this had 10K comments, I would be seriously concerned with the future of this server, because there's no way this server survives 10,000 comments from people, because that means it's gotten like 100,000 views without a whitelist and an exposed IP address. We need a lot more than this little backup solution to keep this thing running if that were the case. Okay, so if I come in here, we can now try maybe to restore this. Let me just vanilla with the boys, whatever's in here. Okay, so yeah, now we have 2 in here, right? Kamal deploy 100 servers. Yeah, we got to scale. So yeah, now we have, because we had the second backup, we keep the backups, the actual physical backups on the drive right now, because I don't want to have someone come in here, delete this, and have it delete the backup. In the future, it makes sense to do that with like a confirmation and like some kind of confirm flow workflow where you verify these things need to be deleted. For now, they can just live here. But this does mean that our volume 1 and our test backup are both here. So now I'm going to try something a little bit risky. And I'm going to come out here. I'm going to just barricade my door or something. I don't know. Like that. Okay. Hey, George. You got here just in time. We're going to try to restore this server. If we successfully restore, first of all, stuff will still be here. And second of all, this will be gone, hopefully. So let's see. I'm a little bit nervous. It's in God's hands now. Let's hope God is on our side. Eagerly await server explosion 2024. Please no. It should be fine, right? It can't possibly all break. Okay, I need to check. I can't just sit here. Docker container logs -f for vanilla with the boys. Okay, it's setting the initial memory, starting the server. Okay, we should also check its G. It's coming down here. I want to check the documentation to see if there's a way to provide a world or if it just always uses the worlds that are in the directory. Data directory. Is there anything in here about world? World data. Instead of mounting the data volume, you can instead specify the URL of a zip or compressed tar file containing an archived world. We searched for a file level.dat and the containing subdirectory moved to the directory. Most of the archived Minecraft worlds available from the internet will already be in the correct format. Oh, this is like one of the most advanced Docker compose setups I have ever seen. You grab a Docker compose file and this thing will do anything for you. World's your oyster. Please still be there. Please still be there. Please still be there. Yes, this shouldn't be here. Right? Didn't we say this wouldn't be here if we restored it? Okay. This definitely shouldn't still be here if we restore this, right? Okay. This is a dangerous world to be playing this game with. Some of the people that play on the server know where I live. Okay, let's try this again. Dean, what did you do today? Oh, you know, I just deleted your house over and over and over again. It's no big deal. Okay, let me do this again and see where we're at. This file already exists, so no changes will be made. So I don't know if I come over here, can I Kamal app logs? It's got to be, maybe it's not moving the file. Kamal destroy house. Kamal destroys homes. It's a home wrecker. Okay. Turbo stream checks game status. These are all the same. Okay, this one sends us to game, right? There's got to be something in here that happens at some point. Okay, gets backup controller, processes index. Then we go to the specific backup, right? It redirects us to a game. So somewhere in here, it should be running. Refresh, server's up and running again. Okay, so yeah, it is stopping and starting the server, but it's not actually replacing the files like it should be. Which is weird because we've already tested this on development. So there's got to be something here where for some reason this isn't doing it. So let's come out of here. Let me hit Control C. CD vanilla with the boys. CD volume 1. CD 2024. That's why, because it only has the Docker compose file in it. So why does the production version of the app only get the Docker compose file, but the local version gets everything? App. I mean, the bright side is, no matter what happens here, we at least have the things being backed up somewhere, I guess. So I can't really blow things up much more than that. Disconnect. Come over here. This is the one that had the stuff on it, right? Okay, so this, I don't know, let's just do something weird. game mode creative / give this like that. Oh wait, we want to do this before we do the backup, right? So let's come over here in /dev over here to our, oh, a server's already running. Oh, this one's already running. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay. Show this backup, destroy this backup, show this backup, destroy this backup, new backup. Okay. This is going to this game, so I'm just gonna say temp create. Now we do this. Okay. There's diamond blocks everywhere. I don't like it. Let's restore. Something like that. Our backups here should now have a test 3 in it, which it does. It has the test, has a temp in it. Why do those backups have a temp in it? Oh, because I just called it temp. I'm at my limits here. Okay. So we have this, which has all of these things in it. Okay, this one's about ready to be started up now, I think. There we go. It is interesting that the worlds are being backed up apparently, but nothing else is. I wonder if, I mean, in this case, it could just be that there hasn't been enough time for the save to trigger. Okay, so let's try that. /give deniocom diamond block 64, like that. And then we can do a, let's come over here. Let's go over to our backups. Let's destroy this backup, and then let's also delete our backups folder. Okay. I'm going to create a new backup. I'm going to call this one, I don't know. No diamonds. No diamonds. Create backup. That'll create it. I will create another one. Diamond block. Create backup. Okay. So that should create a second one here. Now I'm going to create a second diamond block, or just, I don't know, I'm going to place a few over here. We'll see. These shouldn't be here, but that should still be here. Okay. We'll see how that works. And this shouldn't have changed at all. The only thing here that should have changed is maybe the difficulty, which is now set to easy. So really, there's no winning. Oh, okay. I'm assuming there's probably some issues with the logic that I have set up to do the payload type backup. So over here in, probably in the models, if I had to guess, and the backup.rb, it's going to come here to /backups for the parent directory. It does all that. Then over here, let's come over to this, right? So if we exit out of here, we have to go to maybe the payloads, CD data, CD vanilla with the boys. Okay, so this one actually only has that in it. So that's why it's only copying this, because there isn't actually a server here that's running. Okay. Yeah, so this one is going, I don't understand. This one's going to /payload /vanilla with the boys. Because the no, that's not why. Or maybe it is. Cat docker compose.yaml. That's why. Okay. I understand. I think it's the YAML manager is going in and it's setting this up dynamically. Because of that, the production target here isn't in the right location. So how do I change this? We need to go into game.rb. This is not /payloads now, I think. I almost need to come into the deploy.yaml and make this go to /payloads. I think. Maybe. I think we need to expose the root payloads directory instead of the other one. But I don't know how to do that without this getting upset at us. These can sit here. Is there a way to add like another one? Can I just do /payloads points to /payloads? This will probably get rid of the other server, right? But then I can do /backups goes to here. I think. And then in here, I can set the difficulty in this one. That's fine. And I can probably also set the message of the day. I'm going to do that real quick. Message of the day, server properties. Okay, it's just MOTD. MOTD equals. I don't even know. Deanout.com runs on 154. Whatever the IP address is that I always forget. Like that. Okay. That works. And then we can come over to the deploy file. So this now has both of these set up like this. I want to say these might need to change as well. This is probably going to go boom, if I had to guess. But let's try it. Okay. I'm going to power down the server temporarily. It's probably not still going to be there when we get back. But I'm going to go ahead and stop it. Actually, wait, if I run it now, it might be able to do the backup. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to leave it running. I have a theory that if it's running like this, when it goes to do the backup, now it'll properly pull it from /payloads, which is again here, which has vanilla with the boys in it. So if the backup properly pulls from here, it'll then be able to grab all this information and do the backup properly to go to /backups, which doesn't matter that that directory has changed now. But all of that hinges on this weird compose thing working here with the root directories and the volumes, which historically it has not liked me doing that. So we'll see. I'm hoping I've set it up correctly, but I just don't know at this point. I do kind of want to pull the console in here though at some point. for the Docker container so that I can do the logs or whatever. Because this right here is something I find myself doing a lot. So it'd be nice to have this run through the server window here. But I just assume that's going to be some kind of weird socket I got to set up or something. So I guess we'll see. Okay, so that I don't know if you guys are noticing it, but I'm seeing a very big problem. The backup it's not preserving player data. Which is a little bit strange to me because if I come into the backups themselves, right, diamond blocks, this should have world data in it, which should have player data, right? So I probably don't want to do that. Maybe? Why is it not preserving it? Let's look at the compose file and see. It has a data volume. It has this being set to data. And data has world in it, right? If I do a check here for this specific thing, which should have a volume associated with it. I guess that's this one, right? So this should be grabbing it from here. Unless maybe does the player data save at a different time? So if I do, let's do this. Let's give me some diamond blocks and then do save dash all. And now do a backup and see if this causes me to keep the blocks. Backup, new backup, player has items. I don't know. Create backup. Okay, and then we click restore on this one. And we can watch it. Because I don't understand where the player's items are going. Because we're clearly copying everything. So the only thing I can think of is that maybe it saves the world more frequently than it saves the player data. And because I'm abruptly stopping it, that causes the player data to not be there. I'm really not sure what's happening here. And I'm not going to run the server version yet, or the production version yet, until we get this working. I mean, I could fix it manually. It's just, it'd be so weird for this to wipe everything. That just sounds like it's more work than it's worth. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't saving fast enough, I guess. So you have to do like a save all before you do the backup, maybe. But that's like game specific logic. So yeah, I don't know. You could set it up for each game. It really depends on the games themselves. Now, if you stop the container, I think it saves before it exits. So maybe what you have to do is come into your jobs, or sorry, Sidekick Backup Manager. And then before this happens, maybe you either run a save or you run a stop. But the stop won't work for games where it doesn't work that way. Like if whoever made the container didn't set it up to automatically save when it stops, when it powers down, then that would still be a problem. So I'm going to have to go through basically every game this ends up supporting and making sure that the backup works and other stuff. So there's going to have to be like a whole test list before something gets added as a new supported like game or something. But I guess the good news is we at least have this one working. So if I come over here and I do /save-all. Okay. Kamal test game. Honestly feels like that's where we're at right about now. Go over to the backups. I'm going to show this backup and destroy it. Okay. Let's say backed up to root. That's sort of what happened now. What happened to my shovel? I don't have a shovel anymore. I just have a crafting table. Okay, let me break these. Okay. Copy this, refresh. We only have this one game on here, so I'm going to go ahead and save all. Okay. Create backup. I'm just going to place some dirt too because it's easier to break and I don't feel like breaking it manually. Okay. Save. I'm going to save all again. Okay, so now this is saved. This is the current state of things. When we hit restore, it should undo this. Container didn't stop. Okay, so that's because we switched the file, right? So we're in a different location now. So now our Docker Compose file doesn't exist where it's checking for the stop server, which again is why that needs to switch over to the Docker API gem, but I haven't had time to do that yet. So I'm going to manually stop the Docker container. But this should in the future no longer be an issue. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and click Start Server. I'm going to do Docker container logs -f vanilla with the boys. Okay. All chunks are saved. Right, I can't start this now because it also doesn't have it at that location. Right? Maybe? Let me cd to root and then cd into backups. Okay, so this does have the backup, which is good. So all that stuff is here. So this is now our server. So we need the compose file. Okay. It's going to be checking for the compose file in here. So now I have to manually move this, which is in var lib docker volumes payloads data. Okay, So I have to come into vanilla with the boys. I have to CP this to here. That didn't work. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. I don't want to... Oh, because this is in backups. I'm dumb. CP Docker Compose out of here to payloads vanilla with the boys. There we go. Okay, server's up and running. Okay. So that should be a one-time oopsie whoopsie it doesn't work type of deal. That shouldn't be a every time you have to manually move the files around because that'll totally defeat the purpose. But I think the problem is because the compose file didn't exist in the payloads directory that I now tell it has to do this stuff from, that doesn't work. So then you have to move it over here, which causes it to start up. And when it starts up, it sees that everything's in here already for the world and stuff. And then the rest of this should just kind of hopefully happen. Please, I need this. Never going to hear the end of it if I end up deleting everyone's stuff. Although, to be fair, I did tell them it was like a one-day event with the server. So the fact that it's gone on for 3 days should be baffling to them. Okay. Please. Oh my God, huge. Okay. So let's try this properly now. I'm going to try it one more time just to verify. Right? Actually, let me do a save all before I do that. So I'm gonna go barricade Lifesaver guy's house instead. Right, so I'm gonna / save all because now I'm over here. This is totally different, and now I'm gonna, I don't know, annoy him by doing this. Okay, and then I did this in the wrong order. Okay, let's do this. We enter, save all, come over here, backups, new backup, Lifesaver dirt. We'll just do that. Create backup. Okay. Be right back. I'll start my computer lagging. Yeah, I can imagine. So that's now backed up, right? So we do this, and then we do a / save all. And now we restore this. And this time the server should actually go down. Okay. And it should come back up because this time the Docker Compose file is in the backups folder, which causes it to get moved to where it needs to go to. We cd into backups, and then we want to go into vanilla with the boys, but this time we want to go into that's not right. Where's this other one? We just created this, right? Backups? Lifesaver dirt. Where did that go? This should have done this, right? Both of these go to root, so there's nowhere else for this to go. These go to root. Huh. I mean, it's not very promising. I'm going to be honest. It says it stopped. Let's click start. Docker container ls. Okay. So that one didn't do anything, unfortunately. Let's do backed up to root. Let's restore with this one maybe. Okay. CD payloads. Oh, this doesn't have the compose file in it now. Right, because I didn't put the compose file in. Okay, so let's... Okay, there is still a problem with the logic, is what I'm learning here. I'm willing to bet that if I come over here, when we do the backup and I come into the payloads, we back up test 3. Okay, let me cd into / cd into payloads, cd into vanilla, cp backups / vanilla with the boys, docker compose.yaml. We want to copy that to here, and then we'll do a start game. Okay. So I'm press back. It's good to have this one because this one actually does something. This one didn't do anything. I'll go ahead and destroy this one. And then I guess I'll wait for this to finish. Docker container logs -f vanilla with the boys, which is now up again. Okay. Okay. And then we can, I guess we have to think, because I don't really know where this could be going. Okay. Let me come over here. Let's come into the sidekick. I guess we can come over to the app models backup.rb. It should be going to /backups for the parent directory, which then goes to backup /that, which should be fine. Which then goes to normalized path /that. But I mean, this is something I'm not doing. It shouldn't matter. Refresh, connect. Yeah, so if we come over here then, we'll do, I don't know, put down the crafting table and then we'll do a /save all. And then we'll do one of these. Backups, new backup, crafting table, create the backup, and now let's go find it. It's not there. Okay. So the backup manager job is my next guess. If it's not creating it, that normalized path with date creates that directory. So this isn't happening. this backup has to have a job, right? Kamal, or a game, Kamal app, exec, rails c, backup.last.game.name is vanilla with the boys. This dot instance dot, or not dot instance dot perform async backup.last.id. Okay, so this is now not being fired because that just did it, right? Let's cd into crafting table. Wait, what? Oh, this is payloads. That scared me. CD backups. CD vanilla with the boys. Okay, so this now has a crafting table in it, which has the date, which has everything else, including the Docker compose file. Okay. So let me barricade his house now. Right, and then /save all. Now let's restore with this one, which has all of this stuff in it, and test this. Stops the server, and then it should restart because the compose file is there. But my question is, why does running the job manually cause that to happen? Deploy.yaml. Is this the reason why? Let's refresh. I mean, it's also possible something got in the way, so I guess I'll have to check. I would really like it if I could get these to stop spamming my console all the time. Okay, so that's almost done now. Docker container logs-f vanilla with the boys is up and running apparently. Okay, I'm on the crafting table in front of his house. So that properly backed that up. Now the question is, what happened with the backup itself, right? Like we said new backup. I don't even know what you would call this one, testing. This, I don't need to deploy it. I know the deploying of this works, or the applying of this works. I need to see this backup get created in here. Create backup. Okay, so I don't like that because that just worked, right? Yeah, okay, so this now works, but my question then is, what stopped the crafting table from getting created when I created that backup? That's so strange. Whatever. For now, I'm going to just call this a win if this deploys and we have something backed up. Update compose template. We'll push this up too. And then we'll check our logs again, just so we can keep track of this. Any minute now. Oh, and I can probably stop the local server for now. Okay. Come over here and go back to games, and that's fine. Okay. Really like to see this work okay. Preparing spawn area. Okay, that says it's good. Refresh. So the message of the day hasn't changed is one thing I'm noticing. But I think that's because we haven't created a new thing with the template. Yeah, so this is definitely backing up correctly. I just don't know what happened with that one. So I might need to do some kind of validation to ensure the backup job actually ran and not that it just tells me it ran. But okay. This seems to be working. I'm gonna go ahead and I mean, I guess I have 3 of these, so we're good, right? Come back over to the games. All right. I think I'm going to call it here for the day. I am mentally fried. If anyone is interested, I do have a video that I'm about to premiere, so I'll try and schedule that. And then on Wednesday, again, we're doing the collab with Jose at 5 Eastern, -4 GMT, so GMT -4. That'll be a paired programming gym session. If you're not familiar with Jose's work, you can go follow him on Twitter. Over at, where's my restream? Here, you can go follow him. Yeah, it'll be at 5 p.m. Eastern. So if that's something you're interested in, I'd suggest tuning in. That's in like 2 days. Well, I guess a day and a half from now. Should be very fun. He is prepared for any sort of beginner questions. And again, has a fair amount of experience writing actual Ruby code, unlike yours truly. So he might be better to ask some questions about like open source contribution or like how to structure your code or something like that. So it should be a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm hoping everyone can make it out there. If not, I will be editing it down to a digestible video as well. So if that's something you're interested in, that'll also be coming. So don't feel pressured to be at the stream. It's just, of course, the more people that are there, the more welcome he feels. So it's also part of it. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, see you later, Austin. I appreciate you stopping by again. But yeah, I will see you guys when I see you guys. Thank you for watching.